Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time coming, but we are back. We are back. We are back. It is the Umzansi Esports League Season 3 Finals.
Woo!
After a long break of relaxation, planning, and getting things together, we are finally here to give you the culmination of the biggest esports tournament on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Sid, but I'm not here alone. I'm here with Snare and Tendo, and the action is fever pitch. Can you feel it, guys? Can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it?
Philip is
Ladies and
definitely in the
gentlemen,
house today. Philip is here today. He's out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a very quick look at the schedule for today. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we start off in the next few minutes with the FIFA 21 tournament with the match between the BeastBianchi and Young Savage. Up next, we'll be switching over to the PUBG Mobile tournament where we have 3 matches coming to you from our 3 favorite maps, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. You do not want to miss those ones. It promises to be a hot event. Right after that, we are going to be taking a look at the prize pool. The amazing prize pool that these players have been fighting for, the cash money. Ladies and gentlemen, the Seasons 3 prize pool stands at a whopping $17,500. This $17,500 is distributed in 2 ways. $15,000 goes to the PUBG Mobile side, while $2,500 stays right here in the FIFA 21 side. Now, this distribution of this money has a deeper meaning of distribution. Let us see how the money is distributed on a deeper level. Now, the first prize is a whopping $1,200. We don't know who that is yet, but I will reverse. From 4th place, it is $250. 3rd place, it is $250 as well. 2nd place, we double them and get $500, while the 1st place, like I said, is $1,200. This is cash money for people to share because that is how the Umzansi Esports League does it. Ladies and gentlemen, let us find out who's gonna be playing today. The people that are playing today, Snare, tell us about these guys.
So these are some of the biggest names in African esports right now. Young Savage, man on the come up, who has been tearing through everybody and came very, very close to potentially being able to unseat BeastBianchi and force a very different configuration of these finals. He's been just dazzling everybody, but the Beast has been on a warpath from day one. This is one of the few crowns he has not claimed in African esports, so he wants to rectify that. He has been incredible with his performances, posting up some incredible scorelines. I think he once reached 10 here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. Is just an incredible player all around, and I think this might just be the time where he feels that he's finally the one that's favored to win things out. There are 3 Goliath players that are in the finals, but one of them is going to be falling away today. I suspect that the BeastBianchi wants to make sure that he's the only Goliath player standing at the end of the weekend.
That's a good way to look. But first of all, before we jump into things, I would like us to take a look back at the standings and how we got to where we are right now. Tendo, do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, I mean, for the regular season of the Umzansi Esports League here in FIFA 2021, there were many tales to be told. I mean, there was the tale of Darth Mayhem, and there's the tale of Moby, who was making his comeback, but he kind of fell short. Divark as well, along that same spell where it looked like Unfazed was perhaps maybe not going to make it into these finals, but he, snuck his way in. And then obviously, we were there sitting and calculating all the goal differences, all the points, trying to figure out whether the Beast and Savage are going to verse each other once again, in that 1st and 4th place position. I mean, the season had pretty much everything, leading up to this road. So I'm pretty much just excited for the semifinals and for this grand final on Sunday, because I don't think anything is going to be left out on this pitch. I think the players are going to give it their all, and it's going to be an exciting one to watch indeed. Like Snez said, one Goliath member is falling down today. Dr. Sid, I know you love, to do the predictions and to get us on to, predict our outcomes, getting us in trouble. But I mean, who's in your grand finals,
My grand finals is I'm looking at an unfazed Young Savage finals.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes, unfazed and Young Savage. I think those 2 chaps, for some magical reason, will just be in there. Don't ask me how I know. Don't ask me how I know. but for some reason they'll just be in there. Now, very quickly, I want to tell everyone watching right now that if you don't know, you need to know that we have a brand new website. It is called nodwingaming.africa, and you need to head over there, not right now, but during one of the breaks, to go check it out, because information about the latest esports tournaments coming up, some amazing esports articles on Apex Legends and FIFA that you need to be checking out. I'm not going to tell you who wrote them because he's watching me right now. Just smile. Yeah, there it is. There it is. So we have a lot happening. So now you know how I do. I have to ask you guys your predictions for the grand final.
Tendo, you go first.
Come on.
You go first. You go first. I always go first. Yours for now.
Look, I think I'm leaning towards the BeastBianchi to probably knock down Savage in today's first semi-final, and then tomorrow I think the Iceman himself is probably gonna just ice things out and make himself in that grand final on Sunday. So I think it's gonna be the clash of the two organizations for this one. I don't think we're gonna be seeing Goliath versus Goliath here. I think it's going to be a Bravado versus Goliath situation.
Okay, Bravado versus Goliath. Snake, come on.
So I don't want to count out the Beast, right? Because he looks a bit hungry on this one. And whenever I've seen the Beast look hungry like this, he's tended to win the tournament. So I'm going the Beast from the one side. And look, I've been more impressed by Masum, the Iceman, but my heart will stay with Unfazed. No matter what. No matter what. I've got this one. So for me, it's gonna be the Beast and Unfazed, which is great because now we all have all three different predictions, right?
Three different predictions, and one of them must happen. And wherever that happens, nobody's going to give one of us a prize.
Yes.
I'll discuss with the producers about that. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have the first semi-final match between the BeastBianchi and Young Savage. We are just about ready to kick off. Guys, are you ready? Are you excited? Are you following Nodwin Gaming Africa on all our socials? Okay, now you might just want to type in the website on a different tab.
The website is looking really nice as well.
Yes, really it's looking really nice. I want one.
Just one website.
That's what I want. What?
Now I was gonna say it's gonna be what drsid.sid.com. Wait, how do you even put?
I don't know.
You have to put the dot.
I don't know. It would be a Dr.Sid.Africa.
But besides that, I mean, maybe Snare. What do you think about like the game plan with Young Savage, especially coming into this one, is even Dr. Sid, because I think these guys, they've played against each other lots of times, so it's definitely gonna be one of those things where what can you implement that's new?
I'm just looking at the cooking that's going on the screen right now. Somebody's cooking formation.
You have to. Like, this is something that I've seen the Beast do pretty much every game. He's the only one that does it, right? That as soon as the game starts, he still tinkers with the formation again, getting that extra information about the opponent. I suspect that we're going to see similar things like what we saw the last time they played, like a bit of a slower first half and then gang goals coming out half two, and especially in leg number 2. But I think the impetus is probably on Young Savage to have adapted last time, because especially leg number 2 was not very kind to him last time around. So he's the one that needs to potentially think more about playing more slowly and trying to dominate possession, keep the ball away from Julio. Because generally speaking, once you allow Julio to be able to play the ball out, things don't go well for you. But we'll see if he's got it, because here we go.
Here we go, and here I go, ladies and gentlemen, leaving you very capable hands of Tendo and Snare as they walk you through all the action as we go down the line.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. We are in it indeed, Tendo, and come a long way to get to this particular point, and we're going to see exactly what the strategy is going to be. Another point that you mentioned about like them playing each other a lot, they're also teammates, so we can't imagine how much practice time they've had against each other coming up into today's contest.
Comes in, and we're starting off really good there for Young Savage, but just misses wide the box. Maybe just a little bit of nerves. You could have sunk that in maybe any other day of the week, but it is the semi-final, and there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, you come out today, right? You're only walking away with, what is it, $250? I mean, look, $250 is not something to shy away at. But I mean, if you get to that grand final and you find yourself winning that grand final and walking away with 1.2, that's a different story. So I'm sure nerves right now must be shaking on both sides.
Absolutely. Not the easiest kind of conditions to be playing under, but they are professionals for a reason. We'll need to see what they can pull out here today. And right now, for the most part, Young Savage has been doing the bulk of the work. He's been attacking from the onset, hasn't found success yet. But with Nani and Bamba, we've seen this duo wreak havoc in the Umzansi Esports League before. Interesting to see that over time, it's been Young Savage sort of like copying the Beast's squad. There was no Nani before, and then now suddenly there was a Nani. There was no Bamba before, suddenly there's Bamba. Dropping other players in lieu of this, but it seems to be working. Let's see if this cross pans out for him, though. He's playing on the touchline, trying to weave his way into the box, but doesn't seem like the Beast is going to be biting at all. He's being very composed in the defense today.
It's going to have to be the name of the game, so everything can be stabilized when you're plotting out some of these attacks, when you're maybe trying to implement some of these plays that you've been spending the weeks away from the Umzansi Esports League to now finally implement in this matchup. And so far, so good for Young Savage. I think he's been defending quite well and he's been pushing the ball forward. So Beast hasn't really found his footing just yet. Savage is really going to try work off this momentum, trying to make some plays. Davis on the line. Yera back to Wan-Bissaka. This slow build-up play is something that we see Savage do quite a lot. And he tends to just explode right in the final third.
He's trying to do so right now. Bamba going for this long run, leading Davies away from this area in the midfield. So that opens up some passing lanes. That's going to give him the opportunity now to potentially get into the box cleanly. And he's in right now. Ronaldo gets held up, though, unable to break through. That little final line of being able to actually enter the box in space is where he's been struggling. But he's been getting into the right attacking positions, getting into the right places to be passed to. So it feels like it's only going to be a matter of time, and the Beast still hasn't been able to actually play on the ball, because as soon as he tries to get it, Young Savage has been very aggressive with the interceptions and the defensive. Oh, he's through, he's through. Is it going to be a goal? Nope. Defended by the goalkeeper, blocked away, and it's deflected, but the danger's not over. He comes back again, and what a strike by Nani. A goal for Young Savage.
Full calm, connected after missing that first attempt. He's able to bounce back. Savage working well today with the pressure on his shoulders, and sometimes that's what some players need. You know, some players really perform better under a lot of pressure, and I think Savage has definitely been one of those persons. Because, you know, you score against him, he's going to score right back. He pulls ahead, he's going to start to gain some momentum. So now we can definitely see that with Brain on the ball, trying to make something work, but doesn't really find anything. So now Merton's on the side of the Beast. He's been very quiet so far. I haven't really heard anything from him, but he has an attack now on the wing, trying to work his way in. How well is this going to work out for him? Al-Sharawi on the ball. Chiesa, really big switch up in the composition, I think, from Beast here as well. Don't you think, from what we've seen in the regular season of the Umzansi Esports League, El-Sharawi, Chiesa, not something that we generally see him playing?
Yeah, that Dybala as well, also a new addition. So a bit of a switch up. Seems like both players have been making these additions, these tinkering with the squad to try and optimize results. So far, the changes have been more beneficial for Young Savage. Seems like the balance and the composition of this team doesn't seem to be fully favoring the Beast yet, but we'll see why he made these decisions. I spent a long time questioning his Nani choice, and then I had to keep quiet. And now he's in again in the box. Chiesa, can he get away through? He cannot, but it does get deflected away for a corner kick. And slowly but surely, despite spending most of the game not being able to get through on attack, he's been able to find his way to the box twice now in the last couple of minutes here, Tendo.
Yeah, and I think Beast is definitely one of those people who study the game quite well. And I mean, look, Chiesa, El-Sharawi are both Italian players, and obviously Italy won the Euros. So I'm sure, you know, on the Ultimate Team ratings, they've probably gone up quite a little bit. So he's trying to utilize that momentum that they probably have right now. So far, it's looking good in terms of pushing it forward in that final third. He just needs to find a bit of a finisher, something that Savage so far has found, still leading this tie at the 7th minute, making an attack on the wing now as he tries to pass it on to Nani. Nani tries to open up some runs here for a couple of the players, but right now the defense is a brick wall in front of him. No room for him to really work with, but he's in the box now, and the defense is solid from the Beast.
Jeez. As time goes on, it feels like it's getting a little bit tighter. I'm seeing that this line is pushing higher, and Young Savage is still having the same difficulties breaking through it, but still has the goal lead. none of that matters until the Beast is able to actually get a goal in. I'm going to try for it now. Paredes, another new addition to the team, gets the ball through to Dybala. He's trying to dribble his way forward, and he's able to get a very nice cut through. Will he be able to pick out the correct pass here? Finding the space for Chiesa, able to get it, but beautiful touch on the ball. Buys some time, but he's still on possession. He gets through again. Dybala curves it around the keeper, and he gets the equalizing goal here for the BeastBianchi.
Beautiful play from the Beast. Also keeping his composure here today. Didn't really crack from the pressure that young Savage has been applying, because possession-wise, Savage has definitely been holding on to that, and his retention's been really good. But now the half ends 1-1. In this tie, it's really tense. I mean, might have to go get a knife, cut it open, let it air out a little bit, because it's gonna be a tight one today. I think, you know, between the two of these guys. I think they both know what's on the line. You know, there's also just that feeling of besting somebody that you play often, that, you know, they're also playing for years. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
I mean, also the pressure of being, you want to be the person from the camp, right? Of the Goliath players, you want to be the one that gets into the finals, potentially wins it all, lord it over them until the next season. It's a lot to play for, being able to rib your compatriots in that way. Another thing that we have to take into account as well is just how much time they spent away from playtime, you know. Being able to be quote-unquote match fit and having that mentality is a difficult thing when you have such a large break, but it's a part of championship mentality, being able to perform day in, day out on any given day, no matter how long the break has been. Now that we're into the second half of Leg 1, the Beast, he's on the ball. He's been looking a little bit more dangerous. Possession stats somehow ended up being relatively even, so that showed us that he was clawing his way back. And at the beginning of this half, he seems to be the one that's setting the tempo here, Tendo.
Yeah, and that often actually happens, you know, especially since he's coming off a goal. Definitely feeling a little bit more momentum now over Savage, but Savage, we know he works off that kind of pressure, so now he's trying to push the ball forward with Jones. A couple of runs available towards him, but not much to make, but finds a beautiful through ball here, and it's Nani on! And Nani's in with another goal for young Savage. And it's funny because you were mentioning how it is the Beast with, you know, starting off the momentum in the beginning of the second half, but all of a sudden that turnover just works in the favor of young Savage to get that goal.
Like you mentioned many times before, that young Savage, that explosiveness coming out of him definitely bode well. He granted him the goal despite the fact that he was defending from an attack just moments beforehand, and now with that lead re-established for him yet again, he's got all the momentum in the world, going to be looking for more and more goals. And man, Nani really has been a revelation since young Savage included him in the squad. And he's going to be trying to get some revenge for what happened in the regular season, looking past that, saying, man, I was just sandbagging that time around, giving you a false sense of security. But he still has to get this through to the finish line. The question is, will he be able to defend continually? Because there's no way that the Beast is not going to now go all in on trying to make sure that he at least equalizes here. And with Martins getting the ball up to Chiesa, he's back in the box yet again, trying to pick out the correct pass. Gets it out. What a tackle. Doesn't retain the ball, but okay. All right, referee, we're fine with this, sure.
Referee probably needs to clean his glasses there, but it's all right. We'll let it slide. As the ball slides forward onto Bamba. Bamba finds a beautiful ball in! Oh my goodness. Clinical play from Nani there on young Savage. And that's why he puts him in, because Nani's just one of those players that's able to just finish. Finishing wins you games. As he pulls ahead now. Bit of a deficit now for the Beast to come back from goals. What's the game plan from this point? Yes, man.
All right, the problem is that the game plan generally for the Beast in these situations has been adapt to the style of play that the opponent is using, but young Savage is not necessarily stringing together these goals from deep lying positions. He's just picking out perfect passes like this. So how are you supposed to defend against this when pretty much every aspect of the pitch, all the players that he has in the team right now for young Savage have the potential to just start an explosive run, cut into the back lines, wait for a good pass. And we started seeing this from him towards the back end of the season. Like, he takes passes that seemed very risky, but somehow were beautiful. Almost gets in through again with Nani, but this time around gets kept out. And for the Beast, now the playstyle has to flip from him, right? He needs to make sure that he keeps the ball away from young Savage at all costs. But that means that playing a little bit of a slower style, building out the ball a little bit more. It might also mean he doesn't get the goals that he needs in time. So it's a lot for him to think about. And he's trying to play slower, but immediately gets dispossessed and suddenly has to play on the defense again.
Up. It's the dying embers of this game, excuse the pun. As the Beast needs to find something at this point, you know, because leading into that second leg, it's going to be a little bit tough working from a 2-goal deficit, but maybe something's on here for Mertens as he makes a run into the box. Can he find any options that will be available for him? He's running into traffic. Defense is the only thing in front of him at this point. Red Scar on the ball. Does find a good through ball, but the defense is on it. Able to clear it for Young Savage. So now Young Savage can work from this, get this turnover in. But speaking of turnovers, it does seem like the Beast is able to get it back. Beast working in. Does find Dybala. Dybala's dangerous from the spot, but runs the ball into the defense, and everything seems to put it down.
Running out of time right now. 10 minutes of regular time left right now for the Beast. 2 goals for him to try and recover from. And he still has not been able to get the first crucial one. And the really worrying thing is how solid now Young Savage's defense has seemed. Because he doesn't have to worry about trying to make very deep explosive passes anymore. If it happens, great. But as long as he can focus on the defense, which is the one area of play that we sometimes saw him being let down by. And it's a lot cleaner here today. And he's in through. Doesn't get the shot on though, because it's a beautiful tackle. Man, the Beast has been sliding all over the pitch with these tackles, but it at the very least works out that time around to make sure that it keeps the scoreline 2 goals. But now Young Savage also learning the sliding tackle meta, adopts this tech and gets the ball back himself.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, I've heard this thing that if you're on the track field, funny how the Olympics has passed, that the best way to catch up to somebody is to run and almost mimic the way they run, right? Because if they're ahead of you, you know, by the way they're running, then why not copy them and maybe it'll work for you? So definitely there you can see, I think Young Savage is going to adapt to how the Beast plays here. And it's funny because Beast is usually the one in that opposite role where he can adapt to the play style, but it seems like he's really struggling to get past the defense, which is really rock solid today, despite that 1 goal that's come through. But he's in now with Dybala. Dybala might have a chance here to decrease the deficit, but it's not looking good. With the turnovers in, and Jones is just going to run it and run the clock down.
Looks like the opportunities have fully elapsed here for the Beast. One more attacking run from Young Savage might get him some luck. He's getting in, but oof. Key tackle there from the Beast. Won't be able to win him out the tie, but at the very least, keeps it chaseable. 2 goals, as we've seen in the Umzansi Esports League, is still possible to recover from. It's still possible to come back. If it became 3, that's when things become a little bit trickier. But man, what a first leg. Young Savage coming out with the fire, with the heat, and not only doing so, but honestly, like I thought to myself that if Young Savage were to win, he would get some of these incredible goals that come out of nowhere seemingly. But he just also seemed like the better all-around player here, Tendo.
Yeah, definitely did seem like the better all-around player. I think in terms of absorbing pressure, I think it was definitely Savage who we can acclaim to, you know, being dominant in that category, because if you look at the stats, it was actually the Beast with more possession of the ball, you know, at the end of it all. So basically, it's again that explosiveness that Savage has, that clinicalness that when he's in front of the keeper, he's just able to get past him and into the goal. And that's what's stacking the points here. So now, you know, that grand final is looking on the line for the Beast. He's shaken just a tiny little bit. Will he be like a Beast and stand up tall and fight back in this next game? Because 2 goals isn't easy, because now you have to prevent, you know, Savage from, you know, using his abilities, his explosiveness, you know, cracking that defense to somehow crack 2 goals and 1 more to eventually take the lead, you know. So it's really tough for the Beast right now.
To be fair, we have seen the Beast in this exact position before, like having a deficit after the first leg, but still coming out ahead towards the end of the second leg. So this is the real test, because the real worrying part was the fact that Young Savage, like you said, he was starting to adapt more to the Beast rather than the Beast being the one to do that, which has been his key playstyle. Wait and see what my opponent does, and then figure out the exact correct way to play to completely decimate it. This time around, it doesn't seem to have been working out for him just yet. If he does start to get a rhythm going, though, I think the first goal is going to be the crucial one, because what we've seen often from the Beast is that if he gets the first goal, especially like the first 2 coming into the second leg, then he tends to keep a clean sheet, and you can't score anything against him, because now he's just figured you out. He's got the full download. Whether or not he'll have that read is going to be the key part here. because if Young Savage scores the first one, even if the Beast backs himself being able to score more going forward, I think Savage just stays out, because then it feels like he'll always be chasing the game.
Yeah, and you don't want to be chasing the game in this kind of situation, especially when you only have the next 90 to make a difference when you're the Beast, because if you can't really capitalize in that first half, because that first half is going to be really crucial for him, right? Because if he's unable to read Savage and unable to change his play style, I wonder maybe if he's going to swap back some of those players that are working for him during the regular season. Maybe these new players that he's got in, he's just not worked out and calculated them, well. I feel like if Beast doesn't have a goal over Young Savage in this first half, I think it's going to be a Savage win in this situation. So we definitely need to see a little bit more finishing coming in from the Beast as the second leg is underway.
Yep, now we're going to see whether or not he's got what it takes to get himself into the grand finals. Right now, Young Savage already starting to think about what to do against tomorrow's winner. But we'll see what he's going to be able to do here. And that was a little bit unlucky. Two players bumping into each other. Fortunately for the Beast, he still maintains possession. But things like that, those little moments, honestly get really upsetting. So the Beast needs to make sure that he kind of forgets about it. If he's able to get a goal here, it would help a lot. And he's in on a goal. He gets that goal. Forget about what just happened. He's already making sure that this new squad is paying dividends.
I find it funny that sometimes when you see that person pause and then all of a sudden the opponent scores. It's just like unlucky. If only I could have gone and done my changes, maybe that goal wouldn't have came in. So I feel like Savage is feeling like that, but not taking away from the beautiful goal that the Beast just scored. He was able to recover from that little awkward moment that happened there, and he capitalizes with this goal. And now he's on the path to making this one more competitive, making this one count. He's still in the conversation for this grand final as well now.
One goal is certainly not something that is a safe cushion here in the Umzansi Esports League. Changes coming in, a lot more attacking players put on by Young Savage, and some changes in for the BeastBianchi as well. And he's going to bring in Mbapu, who we've seen being utilized on occasion just to make sure that you play a little bit more aggressively, even from the center-back position. And we'll see if it gets him more goals. Just needs the one to bring us back into a tied place. Now that they're unpaused, he's attacking and looking very good on it. Young Savage doing the right thing there to try and close him down before he had the opportunity to thread through a couple of more dangerous passes in the final third.
So now, Young Savage, a really good attack, finds himself in the box here. Has a few options in, and he takes it. Oh, just beautiful pass into Nani. Nothing the keeper can really do from that distance. Slams it into the back of the net. And it's like the game just started. So welcome to the second leg. As we pull in to this matchup between the BeastBianchi and Young Savage. It's been tight so far. They both cracked under pressure, as you can see, but one is cracking a little bit more than the other. And it's definitely the Beast right now.
I think probably it's going to weigh on him a little bit more if he starts falling further behind, given that he is so heavily favored coming into this, given that he's beaten Young Savage in the Umzansi Esports League. So sometimes it's worse. You'd rather, Young Savage has some of that comeback energy going for him. So now he just has to defend. It's Young Savage. What an interception. What positioning there with the defender to make sure that he's in front. And this time around, the Beast gets punished a little bit for the sliding tackle. No yellow card, but it's going to give away a free kick and another opportunity for Young Savage to get the ball forward and find a way into the box. Paredes trying to mark Nani, but we've seen how difficult it is to keep this man closed down. But fortunately, Kudba this time around not able to maintain that possession and does get dispossessed. Still a lot of game time left here, Tendo.
A lot of game time to play. Beast needs to clean up his tackles. He's been quite reckless today compared to what we've seen him throughout the season. And the pace of this game is definitely ramped up compared to that first leg, as you can definitely sense that both players know what's on the line at this point. So some big plays are coming in here. That is a crazy through ball, but the keeper comes through to save the day. It is going to go in for throwing for Young Savage. What can he work with from this? And right now, Nani's on it, but it does go out for another throw-in. Beast needs to stabilize his defense and get this ball away. He can't suffer another goal.
No, absolutely cannot afford that to happen. But at the same time, if the status quo doesn't change for him very, very soon, it won't really matter at the end of the day. Does thread the ball through to Martins, who gets it back to Paredes. He's able to hold it up in midfield, but that's where he's really been struggling, how to get it further forward. Al-Sharai on the ball now with Chiesa. They're inside the box. Can he get through the final defender? Yes, he can. And what a goal! Are you kidding me? Okay. Wow, that was something else. Surrounded by defenders inside the box, the Beast doesn't care. Threads a ball into the top corner and brings it back to only 1-goal deficit here, Tinder.
You can definitely see why he added Chiesa onto the starting lineup. Definitely a threat. But he needs to be more of a threat now. Just slugging behind by 1 goal. But needs to find it very soon. It'd actually be great for the Beast if he can pull into the second half with everything all leveled up. I'm sure Savage right now, palms are sweaty. He needs to stabilize and get his footing back into this game.
Goal will certainly help with that endeavor. Ah, the pass though gets intercepted. Chiesa, aka Chiesa, as my uncle calls him, gets the ball. And he gets the ball, but unfortunately, I think also what kind of sucks for the Beast is that he can't necessarily change too many of his tactics, right? He still has to keep up the attack, sort of ramp up that pressure. Because if he does go, as great as it would be to go drawn into the second half, it would be a lot of pressure on him to go into the second half with this goal deficit still. So, there's a lot that he still has to consider. Right now, all that's on his mind is defense, as he sees Bamba trying to make a deep run, but as I say, he's thinking about defense. He brings a million bodies back, covers every angle, pretty much no way through. So Young Savage try to go the aerial route. Unfortunately, it will not work out for him either.
Another throw in for Savage. Close to the goal. Maybe he can work something from this. It's another one of those wild tackles coming in from the Beast. Needs to be careful in that kind of position. A shot comes, a shot goes. As the ball is now taken for a free kick for the Beast. Beast now, the build-up play. Needs to find this goal before the half ends. 40 minutes on the clock. Now he plays it to Mertens. Paredes back to Dybala. Dybala doesn't have much space to work with here, but does find a run into the box. Can he work past the defense? The defense right now on Young Savage's side is looking nice and solid, looking like the walls of Bossing say. For how long?
For how long indeed? Because eventually there's going to be a drill that breaks through the walls and creates trouble. But as it stands, we're going to the second half of this leg with the Young Savage still having the goal lead. If nothing changes right now, he's the one that's in the grand finals. Yet again, possession stats very similar at the end of the first half. This is where the Beast was able to turn things around and increase his own possession, even though he didn't get more goals after leg 1. We'll see if he can do so here today. No changes, really, in terms of the personnel on the field. A slight formation change for Young Savage, but we shall see if it's going to lead into anything different happening on the pitch. As from the get-go, look at the BeastBianchi. He knows he cannot afford to play safely. Gets the ball to Chiesa inside the box. Is he going to get the ball to Dybala? Finds the space for Al-Sharai, but the dispossession, strong challenge in the middle of the box, keeps Young Savage in the game and in the grand finals for now.
Grand finals is looming with this run in. This could be it for Savage, but squanders the pass. Offers an opportunity for the Beast now to maybe work something in. 50 minutes, not much time left. Now things are getting really, really tense. What can the Beast create? Thrives in moments like this where everything's against him, the odds. But so does Young Savage. So it's one of those matchups where we knew back in the regular season that it's going to be tough, even if they face each other again and a shot comes out of nowhere.
Oh my God.
And it almost goes in, comes in for a corner. It's taken quickly by the Beast. What can he work from this? He needs something now to really fight his way back into this one. It's 4-3 on aggregate towards Young Savage, and now he's in with Al-Shaarawy. What can Al-Shaarawy do? He runs on in, but there's a wall in front of him. It's the defense, and defense is good. They get it away. Young Savage lives for another day.
My goodness, Young Savage had to think on his feet there to make sure that he had the defenders in position. If not, we could easily have been scoring for the Beast, but he still has to work his way back. And his challenge is, I suppose at this point, he's thinking to himself, it doesn't matter how reckless the challenge is. If I don't get the ball and I get scored against, then I'm not in the grand final, so who cares? Let's figure out a way through as he's back on the ball suddenly. Yet again inside the box. Dybala this time around needs to find somebody to get the ball to. Young Goretzka. Oh no! The tackle goes awry and the ball straight to Chiesa. Oh, what a goal. It's 3-1 now for the BeastBianchi. The scoreline is equal again, Tendo.
This is what finals are made out of. Pressure's on here. Shakira. As we come back into a level scoreline, 4-4 on the aggregate. What can Young Savage do now to bounce back? Because he's really taking the blow at this point. He could almost sniff that grand finals, but now it's another battle. 62 minutes in. Young Savage making a build-up play. Jones on the ball. He's losing it though. But he does stabilize. Davis passes to the wing. The wing's not really finding anything. So far, he's found a lot of success down the middle, but now it does seem like the Beast's being able to close things down. Things are tight, things are tense. The through ball goes in here. Can he get something from this? But no, he takes it out. It's gonna be a corner.
How many corners in this game? Pippa's the one that's standing. He gets the, actually goes for the full cross into the box. Not something we see all the time. Unfortunately, does not yield the dividends that he wanted to. Gets caught by the keeper at the end of the day, and Oblak makes sure to keep this level. And what the Beast has been doing, it's been quite interesting in terms of how he's been continually closing down Young Savage no matter what, as soon as he gets the ball dispossessed from him. And what it's leading to is, yes, there's a lot of space and gaps for these through balls, but whenever he keeps possession of the ball, it allows him to just feel more confident on it. Young Savage now, what can he do? Can he somehow find these chinks in the armor? He's not getting as much time to play on the ball. We saw the possession stats come up now. We've gone from equivalent to yet again the Beast being 57% up. But the question is, will he get the goal that breaks the deadlock? Nothing else matters. Playing very high up the pitch right now with Goretzka, looking for a way to get it through to one of the attacking players. Unfortunately, Jones will be there with the block, but immediately he dispossesses it again for the Beast, and he's in, through in the box with Dybala, trying to get past Wan-Bissaka. Will he be able to do so? Not just yet. Young Savage still holding. Somehow, it wasn't a goal, even though there was such amazing positioning from the Beast.
It's Friday the 13th, so one of these players is going to be feeling that bad luck. And right now, Young Savage is probably praying, hoping that he can get this ball and try formulate a counter-attack. Goretzka on the ball now for the Beast. The Beast needs to find his way into this. So as it stands, it's not enough. It's not enough to get you into the finals just yet. Davis is on the ball. Al-Shaari back to Paredes. Al-Shaari in, back to Paredes. Goes, takes a shot, but no, the defense is there to stop it. And now Young Savage has an opportunity to work with from that attack. What can he do here? He actually gets stopped by one of the defenders, and it's just a back and forth at this point. It's like a tug of war between the two. 10 minutes left on the clock. Things are starting to heat up here, Snare. Who could even give it to at this point?
The way it's looking right now, I still want to be able to back the Beast, especially with regards to the comeback, but the defense from Young Savage has been leveling up throughout the game. Now he might be thinking to himself, why wasn't I defending like this throughout the entire tie? It might have been enough. Just one goal being kept out would have gotten him into the grand finals, but there's still threat. I mean, there's still potential for extra time here to help him to be able to get his own crucial goal, but that is predicated on defending the next 5 minutes. Can he do it? Chiesa back to Paredes, looking for these ways through. It's kind of like picking a safe right now. You don't want to make any mistakes. Make sure that you have the right combination. Want to hear those tumblers clicking, and it's just not working out in terms of being able to do so. This entire game has just been bogged down in the final third. Young Savage can't get the ball away from this part of the pitch, but nor can the Beast break through it either. So a literal pure deadlock and a stalemate, not just in terms of the scoreline, but in the gameplay as well.
It's like one mistake is pretty much called this one here. And there's no room for mistakes as that ball goes into the box, but thankfully there's a defender there to defend. Ironically, As Young Savage tries to work his way up. Oh, it's still tough. It doesn't look like there's gonna be anybody to break it just yet, but there's a great through ball in here for Young Savage with Ronaldo. Is this gonna be it? He's in! He gets it in the dying embers of the game! Young Savage shoots himself into the grand finals with Nani. The player he's been backing since the very beginning. Nani.
What?
Hold him down. Oh, that's heartbreaking for the Beast. That is heartbreaking.
Are you kidding me? All right, Tendo, you were talking about Friday the 13th bad luck, right?
That
Imagine
is
being
right
the
there.
Beast. You spent 20 minutes attacking. You did everything possible to just get you the one needed goal. And at the end of the game, 2 minutes after the game has ended, right? You're only supposed to have 1 minute of added time. The referee somehow allows two to happen, and that's when the goal comes in. Are you kidding me? What? Young Savage. All right. What a player. What a guy. I am very impressed by Young Savage there, because sometimes champions aren't made necessarily just from how well you play throughout the game, but you have to have that championship mentality of until the whistle gets blown, there's still a chance for another goal. And boy, oh boy, does Young Savage take that chance.
Yeah, he took that chance and shoots himself right into that grand final. And pretty much doubles his earnings just by that one moment of madness, of magic. And he's gonna have to remember that one for a really, really long time. Really heartbreaking for the Beast as well, because, oh man, he made such a great comeback all the way from the first leg. It looked like it was back against the wall for him. And I mean, it's a good thing we didn't predict score lines, because I wasn't going to predict the score line. But Young Savage, I knew. You know, you can feel it in the air some days when you wake up. The breeze just hits you in a different way. And I think the breeze just hit Young Savage right there into the grand finals.
Yo, guys, I just want to say, if the producers had a recording of me when that goal went in, I was like this. There is no way you could have watched that match with a straight face. It was tense all through the beginning. The beauty of watching the dynamics of pressure and who was in charge of the game switch at different points in time was so amazing. I don't know if you guys saw that, but watching it from here, it was just so beautiful to see. And ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to my prediction. Hello! Young Savage making it through to the grand finals. And as we speak, if I'm not mistaken, he is definitely guaranteed at least $250.
$500. He's guaranteed
$500.
$500. Yeah.
$500. He's guaranteed
He
$500.
doubled his earnings with that one moment
Yes.
of magic.
That was so amazing. Now, I mean, obviously, the highlight of this game was probably that final goal. You really can't speak about any other part of this game that was so pivotal. But if there's any other highlight that you guys actually noticed, tell me. Oh my God, just let me just talk about this graphic we have on right here. Young Savage's name is right underneath the trophy, waiting for an opponent on Sunday for the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be fire. I can tell you for a fact, tomorrow is going to be on Face. Don't worry about it. Dr. Sid said so. And as we were talking about the prize pool, here is the confirmation. Both all players at this stage have been guaranteed $250 basically, right?
Yeah.
And Young Savage has just guaranteed at least a $500 prize pool for himself. It could be $1,200 depending on what happens tomorrow on Sunday. But for now, he's guaranteed at least $500. So big ups to you. Big ups to everybody in the quarterfinals. Guys. Like I was asking, any other moments in this particular semifinal that just blew your mind away? I'm going to start with you, Dendo.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to even go back and think of any moments, because it just felt like all moments were full of magic. Every single goal just seemed to come out of nowhere, and it was at moments where the players just needed that extra goal to keep their momentum going, to keep their morale going. There was that one goal that Beast scored, I think, right in the beginning, right when everything was starting, when I was just like, okay, he's here to play. It's time for the Beast. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it didn't really work out in his favor. But I mean, we're all gonna pick that final goal from Young Savage as probably the highlight so far of this grand finals weekend. Definitely that one.
That's Snare. What about you?
For me, as much as I like that final goal, and that final goal changed everything, right? It was the most exciting goal. But for me, the best goal, and I think it might have been the best goal of the Umzansi Esports League in terms of how difficult it was to score, that goal that the BeastBianchi scored with Chiesa in the box, surrounded by 4 defenders, and
Yes, that
somehow
one was
gets
good.
it into the top corner. And you're like, what? This actually shouldn't be possible. And he does it anyway. And it's skill like that that makes you believe, oh, okay, this guy's got it. He's going to be able to do this. And then he comes back on goals. He's going to be able to make it happen. But what can you do when Savage time hits? What are you supposed to do? And
What can
man,
you do
wow.
when the Savage has his sights set on you? What do you do? I'm sorry, I had to butt in there. That was such an amazing situation. Ladies and gentlemen, semifinals have blown my mind. And this first match has just set the tone for what we're going to be expecting tomorrow. If you are watching right now and you understand how hot this particular stage of the tournament is, make sure you go and follow Northern Gaming Africa on all our socials, and make sure you go check out northerngaming.africa, because you don't want to miss out on the next tournaments and all the information and stats from this particular tournament. Endo, Snare, I want to give you guys a big shout out. Thank you so much. It has been lit. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow and in the grand finals on Sunday. I want to give you guys a big shout out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a break right now, but we'll be right back with more action from the Umzansi Esports League Season 3, where we will be bringing you the PUBG Mobile tournament, and we're going to be having 4, not 3 maps, but 4. See you after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. All I can say is welcome back. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Dr. Sid. We are here at the Umzansi Esports League. It is season 3. It is the finals of the finals. Oh my god, oh my god. We are here with the PUBG Mobile segment. It has been an amazing day so far. We just had the FIFA tournament, one of the semifinals with Young Savage going through into the grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out which one of our teams will be there hanging out for the amazing prize pool, which I'm about to show you. But first of all, let's say hello to DK and Patchy. And I see that DK is not wearing his hat today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a great day. First of all, let's take a look at the prize pool for the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. Patchy, take it away.
Oh man, it's been a while. It feels like it's been a little bit too long since we've been back here, but it's great to be back here staring at a very sizable prize pool. That, of course, being $17,500 their total for the season. Of course, 15 of that is going to be for the PUBG Mobile segment, and 2.5, of course, for FIFA 21. And, well, we have some games afoot. And as Dr. Sid mentioned, of course, with DK's hat gone, you know it's about to snow down in the desert. Of course, you can have a look and see where those prize distributions are going to be. So first place, of course, grabbing $3,680 for themselves. Second place going to be grabbing $1,530. Third place grabs $920. And in fourth place, of course, $765 for them. So quite a considerable amount just for making it up into those top 4 slots. And of course, we're going to be seeing the teams battling it tooth and nail to get up into these spots, because you want to grab that cash, you want to grab that glory, you want to grab those slots. And here are the teams. We're going to be throwing them right at your screen, right in your face. 16 squads here. Right, we've got Gamers Unite Nations, of course. We've got Undisputed AE. We've got G3 Temper. Some big names straight off the bat. We've got Pain Africa, Influence Rage Africa, as well as Ultra 6, Immortalz, and BBC. A lot of the names that we are actually very keen to see playing once again on our screens, because they have given us some crazy stuff throughout the season. If you haven't caught up with the season, then I don't know what you've been doing for the last couple of weeks, because we ain't been here, so you've had plenty of time to watch those VODs. And now, of course, on to the next team. Zero Tolerance Skills. We've got Aphelion, Apex, Slime, 4KT, Lag Esports, NFxUNIQUE. We've got Young Thundercats. We've got Sincerity Esports and Black Clover. So lots of teams that have really just tossed around throughout the season, and really some crazy things that we have been seeing pretty much overall. And possibly one of the biggest things about the season in total, in its entirety, is this point distribution right here, which has shaped the gameplay as we have seen it for pretty much from the beginning of the season right to where we are now in the finals. First place, of course, grabbing you a hefty 15 points for your game. Second place going to be grabbing you 12, third 10, and then decreasing down to 8 points for 4, 6 for 5, 4 points for 6th place, 2 points for 7th. You get 1 point placing between 8 and 12, of course. From 13 to 16, you get nothing. And then, of course, it's 1.1 kill, or 1 kill, 1 point, should I say, which is absolutely huge for those teams that want to get nice and aggressive, get those kills, and really show us what they are made of.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, but that was the prize pool, the prize distribution, the teams that are going to be taking part today. But there is also some new information. This is the finals. We have 16 teams left, and we're not going to be participating on just 3 maps. We're going to be going through 4 maps. Now, DK, could you talk us through what's happening today? Are you aware of the 4th map? Do you know what it's going to be? Do you know what it's going to be?
Well, I can tell you, whichever way the cookie is going to crumble, it is going to be quite an entertaining day to see what the teams are going to bring to the table, and exactly who is going to be the team to shake that table up into a few crumbs. You know, I'm expecting things to happen. Just looking at the lineup we've got coming up with the teams, and of course the stakes that they are playing for, not only the prize money, but also the title of being Umzansi Seasons 3 winners, the champions. I mean, that is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So I got to say, I'm quite excited to see what the teams have in store for us. And as you've mentioned, we are going to be going through the 4 different maps. So first up, we are going to be starting on Erangel, then heading over into a bit of Sanhok action, heading over in towards Miramar after that, and then returning once again right back into Erangel. So definitely a nice little bit of a Sanhok Miramar sandwich we've got going on there. But I'm curious to see what the teams are going to do within that. And of course, that extra surprise map is going to be the map that will be coming in with tomorrow's matches.
So my question today is like, we've seen a lot of these teams, bring pain. Some of them have slowed down. Some of them have been aggressive. What are we expecting in this final stage? These final few maps. These guys are going to. What are we looking out for in terms of play style and metas? Apache, tell us what we're looking out for.
Well, there's a couple of different ways that the teams could approach the finals here. We've seen pretty much throughout the season, actually, we've seen a lot of the different playstyles playing out. We've seen the slower, we've seen the more fast-paced stuff. I'm expecting that maybe early on, maybe like first game of the finals, maybe a little bit slower, potentially. I'm hoping it isn't, but it could certainly be, just as the players sort of get their footing, suss out what's going on, feel how the game is going to be playing, and then start to pick up the pace moving on. And then after that, I hope that the initial sort of day, at least today, as games will at least be a little bit high octane, because I am sort of waiting for those teams to start taking the lead. Usually in the finals, because things are a lot tighter than the rest of the season, we would have, the teams don't have lots of times, to muck about. There's no time to mess around. You've got to get the points, you've got to get it done right now. So I'm assuming that the teams that want to make their way up into that first place position are going to be absolutely sprinting towards it. Like, they're going to be taking every opportunity that they can to get up there into that slot. You saw the distribution yourself. It is some big stuff up for grabs, and I'm pretty sure the teams don't want to let that slide. If you want that first place, you're going to be playing just absolutely beast mode, out of your mind from the get-go. You do not want to let up on the gas. You want to push it down as hard as possible, as quickly as possible. So I really do hope that the teams just kick it into high gear straight off the bat.
So, I'm hoping for that as well. But then, just riding off what you said, there is no room for, oh, we'll make it up tomorrow, or don't worry, in the next round we'll show ourselves. Like, this is it. This is a put up or shut up time. Go hard or go home. You've seen the prize pool, and now it starts. And I'm going to just back off and leave the viewers in the very, very, very capable hands of DK and Apache as we kick off the final countdown.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sid. I'm not sure if he's a Russian spy or not at this point. Who even knows? At least we know that he's not a rock artist just yet, but maybe he'll transform into one. But indeed, it is the final countdown of the beginning of the series. That is the finals, and in we go straight into map number 1. Of course, it is going to be Erangel. You know it, you love it. The players know it. Not sure if they love it so much. Maybe they do. Maybe it's a bit of a love-hate relationship. But for now, they're going to be dropping down onto that land mass. A nice flight path, going to give them pretty good access to most of the area. As you can see, unfortunately, it looks like no one's going to be going down into that military island, although maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. G3 heading down a bit low, although they do like to jump down into the top of that eastern bridge, so I do suspect that's probably where they're going to be going. BBC, of course, heading to Multi Power as they do. So we are seeing the teams sort of heading straight into their comfort zones, heading straight into the drops that they're so familiar with. Of course, watching that zone going all the way to the west, a little bit slanted to the west, going to be really, really easy. So this is actually like a premium start, DK. This is the perfect start for these teams. They're jumping exactly where they want to be. They're going to be able to loot up as quickly as they can. And hopefully, this easiness of the zone that they've got is also going to encourage them to get busy and start those fights.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that no holds play as the teams now find themselves in really good positions, as we pointed out there. But I'm curious to see, though, at what point they're going to start getting aggressive, because we can already see the team from Gun starting a bit of that rotation, heading towards that Eastern Bridge Malta region, with G3 still holding just slightly towards that farm region. BBC, of course, positioned over in towards that more Malta power. So it is a very standard drop for a lot of these teams, but I'm curious to see if anyone is going to try and potentially maybe even break the norm, looking to get aggressive in those early few phases. And there's quite a bit of potential for that up in towards that more Georgia Pool region, as we do see North Georgia and South Georgia looking highly congested with so many teams dropping in that region. So now it is, of course, the looting phase. The teams are going to go through, get themselves ready, get themselves set up to get into those later phases. But as we were talking about what we are expecting looking into our first game here, right? Or even just the first day, the teams definitely have to bring it right out of the gate. They need to get right down to business. They cannot afford to waste any time, waste any opportunities, because as we progress through this, not only through the days, but through the individual matches of that particular day, it gets so much harder and harder and harder to close the gap and to find a decent position on that leaderboard. So if they are looking to run and push all the way for that top spot, they got to bring their A game from this first match.
Yeah, certainly do have to be doing that, and I expect that to come out from the teams who are serious about taking the dub of these finals seriously. I mean, we've seen, we followed a lot of threads over the season. We saw a lot of teams, rising up, falling down. A lot of teams doing some incredible work and then falling off. A lot of teams not really doing anything in the beginning and then managing to step it up in the later stages. So we've seen just every kind of team, across all the weeks that we've been watching them. But now is the time where, there's no time for that. There's no time for finding yourself. There's no time for settling your play style. There's no time for, how do we perform against these teams? How do we perform in these situations? This is it. This is do or die. The teams don't have any time to, like I said, muck about. There's none of that, Hopefully they just get into action, get to business, and give us what we're looking for. Right now, as you can see on the map there, we got Zero Tolerance mixed up there with 4KT. We've got Fit and Apex there up in towards the north west. That's up in towards South George. Of course, BBC down into Malta Power, and they're actually very close to a couple of teams in their vicinity as well. So there's some good potential. The teams have the ability to go get that. And actually, what I mean by potential is actually that the proximity between the teams is close enough that they're actually able to look for something. Maybe it's a bit of a fight. Maybe it's just a couple of picks or a little bit of damage. Anything that can be done does make a difference to the landscape of the game. We've been talking about that for quite some time. And, even though we've had a very long break, just jumping right back into it, it's still very much on the table in terms of what is going to happen. Now, of course, that zone being super easy is going to mean that we don't see any super early fights because there's no forced engagements or anything like that, but there is still plenty of potential. You can see Gun and G3 going to be very close to one another there towards the top of that Eastern Bridge. Of course, as I mentioned, BBC off towards Malta Power is going to be close as well. And those are three heavy-hitting teams that could potentially do quite a bit of work. And I see we already have a couple of predictions flung our way in that chat for who is going to be taking some dubs here. We've got some G3 predictions, I think. Also some Influence Rage predictions coming through there, or some guesses as to what could potentially happen. But here we have Superior looking to see if he can put in a little bit of damage.
Yeah, but of course, Superior just coming in with that beautiful spray right off the gate, right out the start there. But now, of course, Batchy, as we know, the viewers can give us their predictions all the way on the IG story, telling us who they think is going to reign supreme in this first match of the finals. And so far, Young Thunder looking pretty good, pretty decent, already finding that first knock onto Safwan. Now we look to see whether or not the rest of the team here will actually be able to move in and strengthen that region. As we can see, Esports now starting to spread out, but of course we have the side of Young Thunder coming in with a bit of a sneak attack. We actually see one of the players coming in from that northern position, so this is going to be quite an interesting engagement looking at the team's position here in the sixes, and of course now 1-9 trying to find a quick few spray under a quick bit of a spray rather underneath the vehicle where we do see the superior position. The 1-9 having a bit of a hard time. Kind of confusing the grass there for feet, but fortunately figures it out, gets the knock done. And now we look to see whether or not the players here from Lag will be able to close up the first easy kill. And yes, indeed they do. A superior now gets sent right back into the lobby. But of course, a real quick disengage coming in there from the side of Young Thunder as they retreat back up into safety of that zone. A good reposition, taking up a potential angle in that more centralized zone. But as we can see, we've got so many teams in the vicinity and everyone having a very similar idea, all now starting to rush in. We've got G3, we've got Gun, we've got Ultra 6, we've got the players from Aphelion, Apex, as well as Spain, all in that centralized region. And this is where the action just starts to fly as the Young Thunder team now comes thundering up into the compound, losing yet another player. Now it is up to Adonis and A-Bomb to make that final run for the side of Young Thunder.
Yeah, things are starting to get a move on as we like. You already saw Young Thundercats get into a little bit of a tough situation as they moved straight on past a couple of other teams. You can see an Apex and a Pain as well in the vicinity, even might just be fighting with one another. They have managed to stay alive. Young Thundercats move up in towards the center of that area, but they are surrounded by quite a number of teams. Luckily, there's a good bit of distance in there for the time being, as you can see that blue zone also moving in slowly. I think that's Ultra 6 now moving up on Gun, and G3 up in it towards the coast down there to the south of the mainland. Nobody down on the island. That makes me sad. Sad patchy noises happening on that one. Nobody dropping in there getting any of those patchy points. I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. But of course, that blue zone is closing up, and we will find our next zone being chosen momentarily. So let's keep our eye in that map for the time being. Of course, Gun just positioning themselves up here. Miyagi off in the distance, taking a look and seeing if anyone is up here. So far, all the teams sitting in relative safety, and once again, no forced maneuvers happening over here just yet. So it really does fall down to these teams and these players to make stuff happen across the map.
Yeah, especially like, I just got to point out, Patchy, you said keep an eye in the map. You got to get paper cut that way. It's going to hurt quite a bit. Sad thing is you might not even see it coming, so it's definitely going to be quite an interesting situation you'll find yourself in with that one. But we do see those rotations still continuing back up into the map. We do see BBC actually coming in from that eastern side, now passing right by the side there of Ultra 6. Gun also right up ahead of them. But here we go, BBC now looking to potentially secure themselves a decent position, having a little bit of a bumper car situation as they're heading up in towards the zone. Fortunately, all four players are rolling in. But are they going to try and move into a strong position? G3 also right here alongside them. You can see Buden quickly just swerving off to the side. But now, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, BBC, regardless of where they go, it is an occupied position. We do see the players of Lag up ahead, and whether they turn around and try a different approach, again, those compounds already have teams positioned within them, so it is going to be such a challenge for the teams to try and secure a decent position. Of course, now we will see those knocks coming in from Sunny and go onto the side there of G3. Lag also finding a quick few over onto the team there from BBC, who's now been reduced down to only 3, but up comes Sinister and the rest of the players here looking to move on in. This, of course, being the Euphoric gods, but will they be able now to find those sprays up into Buden? Buden completely isolated from the rest of his team.
Oh, what a difficult situation, and surely no escape for Buden. Down he goes. Thirst comes through as well. Nice and quick and easy there, and well, not the best start whatsoever. Buden not going to be too happy about that one either, especially considering that's a name that we certainly are familiar with, having been quite an influential player over the rest of the season beforehand. Of course, you can see the players now moving right up close to one another. They are not even interested in sitting around in those outlying areas. Nobody's going to be camping off in towards the edge. No, it's a full-on assault. It's get right up close and personal. It's get ready to rumble as the shots are flying and the teams are getting nice and close, nice and central, and up comes Sleepy. Some shots are coming through in from Influence, and they find their targets then towards NFxUNIQUE. Nothing just yet, but they are looking for it. They're looking for trouble. Terry going to be getting himself out of there super quick, but might just find himself out of the frying pan and in the fire. He has to keep moving. No chance to jump out into that compound just yet. So he is just finding resistance everywhere he goes, running into team after team. This is the third team that he's run face first into. That car is on fire and down it goes. Explosion. DK is already going to be super happy about that one.
There we
Terry
go.
going to be saying goodbye as he gets roasted.
Yeah, that was a beautiful spray, but a very unfortunate turn of events right there. But as we can see, the zone is definitely starting to heat up, and I can tell you this first match already looking pretty tough for the teams. Now, Gun having a good position within that compound. Of course, we did see a rotation from them coming in from that eastern side now, and once again finding themselves within the coming phase. We do have UAE just on that outlying region towards Quarry, even potentially Ferry Pier. But I'm curious to see what 4KT is doing. They are starting to move in. We did see them drop over in towards Georgia Ball, and now they've slowly started to make their way down. Already now they're rotating past that Gatka region, looking to move in on that western front. But Gun, they are looking to dominate this compound, looking to have themselves beautifully set up for the next potential phase. And with the contention or the potential threat coming in here from BBC, it's going to be a little bit of work.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there's a lot of potential happening here in towards where the eastern drops were. We had BBC, we had Gun, we also had G3. And G3 has moved off towards the one side, but BBC is still up here right towards where Gun is. As you can see, they're not letting up just yet. NFxUNIQUE also rotating down. So this place is becoming quite crowded, of course, as you see that zone has tightened up just a little bit, forcing the teams up in closer towards one another. 15 teams, 53 players slowly getting closer and closer. And those inevitable battles also just on the horizon. We're almost there. We're almost across that line where things just start to go absolutely wild. We see those shots start to fly. Now we just have to wait patiently. We've seen the explosions. We've seen a couple of shots here and there, a couple of drops, couple of kills, but nothing ultra satisfying. Nothing just yet. Some shots coming in towards Zero's lag, taking a bit of heat. FaZe putting the shots in, as you can see off in that kill feed there. FaZe does go down to Fantasy though. The shots do return, but Gun still got control of this compound here on screen, making sure no one's going to be taking it away from them. 1-9, going to be putting the shots in towards BBC, but not succeeding just yet, but Safwan will. The luck goes down, BBC taking a little bit of damage. Is this going to be a commit from these players here? Are they going to commit right up on towards BBC? Because NF and Lab are both pressuring BBC. Up comes 1-9. He's ready. He's eager for the kills. He's going straight on up, but it might bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Is he actually aware that there's a player right next to him? He's putting the shots in towards the smoke. But can he find his target in time? No, Nahal's going to sneak up on him, take him down, and he has no backup. His team has to find some way to keep him alive and try and get that res in. Nahal is a bit low, and for luck down on his luck. The pressure from all sides might just be enough for them to sneak on up. Law going to be looking for the assist there in towards Nahal. Make sure they bring their numbers back up, but Safwan is coming in with those reinforcements, making things a little bit tough here. The battle continues, but no one is overstepping just yet.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a bit of an audacious rotation coming in from the side of Lag, especially sending 1-9 up all alone. Would have liked to see that team move up as a unit. Provides way more coverage, especially looking at the sheer number of teams we have in the vicinity. But this is where Lag and BBC are now going to try and go head-to-head, looking to close it up, bring in those points. Both teams, of course, sitting on 3 players apiece. But now Nihal gets taken down as well as Fantasy. So a beautiful trade-off on either side. But will the side of Lag be able to hold on as BBC now comes rushing on through? Law looking to pick it up, but as a quick sneak attack coming in from 1-9. So many more hits continuing to fly all over the places. BBC now having 2 of their players knocked out for luck. So low on health. It is mere moments, is mere moments away from getting sent back into the lobby alongside the rest of his team. But up comes Lack, looking to close it up. They find the spray. Safwan finding that finishing blow, and it is done and dusted for the side of BBC. So now we only have 14 teams remaining. 2 teams already getting sent back into the lobby. 48 players still alive. And that zone is looking so tough. But we do have a little bit of a development coming into that more northern region. So we can see several teams now starting to move up in towards that position with the players of Influence Rage in the vicinity. We do have the players there from Zero Tolerance, 4KT, as well as Aphelion Apex are looking to rush on in. The eastern side also slowly starting to build up in the tensions as Lag and Pain are making their rotations up in towards the zone. But just looking at the sheer amount of space we have, this is going to be quite the fight for the teams to secure a decent position in this phase.
Yeah, and things are certainly picking up the pace at the moment. Zero tossing in a couple of nades along with the rest of Aphelion Apex teams. They put the pressure on towards Sincerity here, who are huddled up in towards this house, trying desperately to defend this position, as of course the rotate does need to come in from Aphelion Apex as they push in. They need to get across this line before the blue zone comes on up and does too much damage in. They pop Kage. Now I'm going to be the first one to move in, but so much damage done. He goes down immediately. So does Muffin Falls as well. A little bit of a tough time here for Sincerity. Rusty now coming on up. Gets challenged and down he goes. Instant shots coming in from Rogue. Perfectly landed there. The drop shot has to just turn around immediately and try and save the day as Aphelion Apex just lead their assault straight on. Take down Sincerity from outside of that house. Now Rogue's got a lot of work to do, and they look... Aphelion Apex does look like they have control of this compound for the time being. The Molotov doing quite a bit of damage, though. Are they going to be able to keep themselves alive? Just barely in the corner. Cole taking a little bit of damage, but will escape from that room, which is absolutely ablaze at the moment. Rogue trying to skirt the way around the edge. Has to find Cold out here. A couple of bits of damage from the back is going to chase Cold right back inside, and that's enough for the nade damage. Kage goes down and Zero gets taken out as well. This could be the time to make that clutch happen. Cold just biding his time, but he's low on HP, and he doesn't have that juice. He needs a bit of energy to regen some health. Otherwise, things are going to be difficult. Respect might just get revived here. Cold in a bit of a difficult position. It's a 1v2 if Respect comes back up. 3 seconds left on that revive. This should be done and dusted here, and indeed it will be. Cold prepping a nade. Might just find his target, though. This could be a big one. Rogue takes a little bit of damage, but still alive. Oh, almost, just barely. But they will manage to survive, and now Cold on the back foot has lost his advantage here on this one. A good revive coming out, well played by Rogue to keep themselves alive at the moment. Respect now ready to assist, and Cole just has to make something happen. Out he dashes. Can he make the shots, though? Can he land them? Indeed, he will not be able to.
Man, that was a quite a bit of a trade-off coming in there. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a potential split approach coming in from the side of Sincerity, sending a player around either side of that building. I think that would have wrapped up that fight much quicker, but well done nonetheless. Sincerity managing to close that one out. And Rogue was worried about being spectated while snaking. She doesn't have to worry about a thing. I mean, just got the squad wipe in, alongside the team. So well done, well played. But now we look on to our next phase. We can see it continuing a little bit further down onto that southern edge. And now the team's still being quite spread out throughout the zone here. Now need to look for a position within this phase, and a good call coming in there from Sincerity, taking that initiative, rushing straight up in towards the zone. But Influence Rage also now coming in from this northern angle, and we see so many hits, so many sprays coming in as everyone is starting to ascend down onto this position, or descend rather down onto this position. You can see this numbers here for Influence not looking too fantastic, as quite a few of their players already getting knocked out. But we're going to be seeing quite a bit of action and quite a bit of chaos erupting across the zone, as we have still 13 teams remaining, 38 players alive. And there is not enough space for everyone.
Yeah, there's not enough space for everyone. That is the bottom line, and that is what it comes down to in this game. As zone gets smaller, the space runs out, and the fights are inevitable. Of course, you can see Influence just offered to the one side here. Gun looking for some potential targets. Nerf trying to tap away, but isn't going to find anything through the smoke just yet. Is looking for a cheeky one onto No-Brainer, but doesn't find anything just yet. Low HPs on the side of Sincerity, and that's not going to bode too well as Pronto rides on up there. 4KT looking for something. But man, there is so little cover to be utilized here. Rogue does get taken down in the assault, but still going to clap back onto the 4KT. Down some of those players and will be going. Respect going to find one back in towards Fex, but immediately gets taken down by Andrew. Pound's going to find Flacco in the meantime. G3 under a bit of pressure as well. And look at this map right now. Look at this playable area. It is just hay bales and trees and a little bit of grass and maybe some vehicles if you've got one to try and give you some semblance of cover. But man, it is a tough time to operate out on the field right now. 10 teams remaining, 28 players left alive right now.
Oh, here we go, here we go. The next zone is about to pop, and it hits south once again. Now our final 10 teams are going to have to fight it out down to the bone. Already a beautiful position coming in there for the side of Ultra 6. UAE also in a decent position all the way down on towards that far southern reach. You do see the players there from NFxUNIQUE still looking to find their way up in towards the zone. It is going to be quite the fight, quite the battle to secure a decent position. Gun also still looking pretty decent, as we have them over on towards that eastern edge of the zone, but they still need to find a decent angle in. Looking at the zone though, Patchy, it is so open, so exposed, and this is what we want to kind of see coming into the finals. The teams really being put to the test, showing us why they deserve to be in the finals. And here we go now. Gun already 2 kills to their name, looking to secure a decent position, but will they be able to get it done? So many third parties about to come on in. But here we go, Nerf now still trying to play this angle as the rest of the team gets their butts up in towards that zone. 9 teams now remain, 27 players still alive, and it is looking pretty tough for the side there of the Euphoric Gods, who are now getting absolutely obliterated, but also sending off a quick few hits over onto the side of Young Thunder, as Young Thunder now heads right back into the lobby. NFxUNIQUE coming under a little bit of fire. 4KT also now looking to put up a bit of a performance. This is still a very, very tough zone. This whole northern region is so congested. So many players all looking for their little spot up in towards that zone. We can see the side there of Zero Tolerance skills being reduced down to only 1 player. Now, Gun. Sorry, that's 2 players for them. Vortex wasn't really in render range there for a quick moment. But here we go now. Bounds and Kohi on the Gun side looking to push on through. They find the hits, causing a little bit of pain onto Pain Africa, as Pain still needs to try and squeeze in to that zone, but so much action as the numbers are starting to fall one after the other. Short Boy coming through with a beautiful spray onto Pain, picks up the squad wipe. 5 now remain, and we're still waiting to see where Zero Tolerance is going to try and secure their position within the zone. Influence Rage up ahead, taking several hits. It is up to Sully now to try and survive, but he also gets taken right on down. Gun still looking absolutely fantastic in this late few phases now. You can see 4KT still sitting on 3 players. We have the team there from Zero Tolerance down to 1. But will they be able to bring it home and bring in that winner chicken dinner? UAE also looking to push quite hard all the way from that southern edge.
Oh man, final zones like this one absolutely test the team's adaptability and resourcefulness, and like you said, that's exactly what we're looking for. Short Boy Slim, of course, going to be putting the shots right across into Zivation. That is quite some fluid work here from Gun at the moment. You know, as you mentioned, DK, looking pretty good so far, been doing some work, but the question is, who is the most desperate for that win? Who is the hungriest to get that W? Who is looking for that chicken dinner? We will see. Gun, 4KT right across from one another. Of course, we've still got Undisputed AE as well. So Hill and Potato, as well as Inspector, they're off to the one side, and they do have a drop as well. Could potentially make a dash for that and see what happens. All the teams just have to crawl forward slowly as they make their way into what could be that final zone here, looking very, very small, and well, as we know, no cover to utilize. They've got hay bales, they've got a little bit of grass, everyone's just crawling forward, waiting for that 1 pixel to shift, for the grass to shake just a little bit to know exactly where your opponent is and put those shots right into his melon to claim that win for yourself. Okay, T operating just a little bit up there. Huggy going to be moved by Ayman as he just looks for a little bit of extra cover. That's Amo, sorry. Plaza going to be crawling up here. Cover of smoke on the one side. Just going to be keeping himself low profile as possible. This is all down to the final place. Yes, some nades getting tossed across. Will they find their target though? So far, no one's gone down. But it is only a matter of time before somebody finds that shot. Stray hits going this way and that, but there come the shots. Plaza does go down. That's Potato. Took the first one in. 4KT, a little bit of damage done, but nothing just too definitive. Gun on the back foot as Plaza is going to be thirsted. That's Aimer finishing that off. 4KT finding some good shots in, and this might just be Gun choking up a little bit here in the final phase of this zone right now. These three teams have so much on the line. As I said, these teams want to start strong. You want to put as many points on the board as possible. You want that first place on the overall leaderboard for that absolute huge payout. And it's not going to go to everyone. It's only going to go to 4 teams that the fat payouts that we saw at least on the screen earlier are going to be going to those 4 teams. Of course, the biggest of that being number 1. But indeed, 4KT will be paid back just a little bit in kind. Inspector putting some good hits across towards them. So he'll trying to discover the last few gun players to try and take them out. Short way Slim not long for the world as the shots go in towards him and put him very low. This is not a good time. There's Nerf as well. He goes down. That's a problem. Now Pounds is in a very, very difficult situation. Gun has to retreat behind that hay bale very quickly because the zone is about to shift up. Aimer also has to get out of that position. Blue zone dealing so much damage. He just jumps out in the nick of time, puts in a couple of shots and dives straight back into cover. But he is playing with fire right now. 4KT not in the greatest position because Aimer, he is just playing in such a difficult spot, but he will manage to make it out. I'm not sure if they've spotted him, though. That's the real question. Has UAE spotted these players? Because right now they're in the best spot. They're in the best position. They've got the numbers. They just have to play this one smart. They have to play this one slow, and they've got it in the bag. But who's going to take that final chicken dinner for game number 1? That's the question.
Oh, down goes Aimer. 4KT getting reduced to dust. Now, Gun, Bounce, the last remaining player looking to stand up against the side of UAE, but Potato comes through with the spray, closing it out and bringing home that absolutely fantastic winner chicken dinner for UAE, putting Gun up in that second position, but Gun finishing off on 9 kills, UAE finishing on 6, and 4KT also ending on 9 kills. I mean, this has been an absolutely insane start to the day. I gotta say, I'm pretty pleased with the performances coming in from the teams that has just been action upon action upon action. Beautifully done.
Yeah, absolutely. A good way to start off the finals, surely. And definitely promising to see what lies ahead for the rest of the matches. I'm definitely very keen to see what lies in store, what these teams have to show us. It certainly promises to be a really great finals. So, yeah, I honestly have nothing else to say. That was just great to watch. I want to see some more.
That was some hot action. Watching that, I wish the guys from 4KT and Gun just focused on, Influence Wage, just focus on everybody but themselves. Do you know what I mean? Because you guys canceled each other out. It would have been a nice ending if we had 1 or 2 more players from the winning team go down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen our first match in the finals. Going to drum roll, please. Pachi, hit me with the name.
It was UAE, I believe.
You don't sound very excited.
Okay, wait. Do it again. We'll
right, let's go. Drum roll, please.
It's UAE!
UAE! Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting on the scoreboard to give you the unbelievable stats that just happened in that game. But as DK mentioned, we had some very, very high kill games with UAE ending up with 5 kills, I think. And then Gun ending up with 9 kills and 4KT ending up with 9 kills as well. But of course, with our points distribution, we have to understand that the placement points and the kill points carry different weights when it comes to the scoreboard. So the most important thing we have to see is what those kills have done to the players in the standings. Ladies and gentlemen, our MVP of Game 1 is none other than Aimer from 4KT with 4 kills, 622 damage, and a survival time of 26 minutes and 5 seconds. But up next is the all-important scoreboard that tells you who is leading and who is in pole position to be the champion of the PUBG Mobile Tournament. DK, what are we seeing here? It is DK.
Aside from names, numbers, and flags, as we've gone through in past ones, we see the players there of from Undisputed AE. bringing in that pole position, but they share the points with the side of Gun. Gun bringing in a really strong performance with regards to kill, evening it out, and both teams ending up on 21 points apiece. Slime 4KT still bringing in a really strong performance there as well, managing it to rake in at that third position with a grand total of 19 points. Zero Tolerance Skills coming into fourth with a grand total of 11. So I gotta say, this has been quite an exciting start to the finals here. This first match, absolutely beautiful gameplay is coming in. Yes, not the craziest amount of kills we've ever seen, but the distribution of kills is looking very balanced, as we can see even all the way to 13th place. There's kills on the board, and that to me shows great potential expectations for the games here today. If this is the way we're starting the day off, I can tell you the finals, it's going to be absolutely amazing.
It definitely looks like it's going to be amazing because we can see that everybody's ready and everybody's going at it and they are ready to give their all. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been game one in the Umzansi Esports League's PUBG Mobile Finals. This is, of course, season 3. You are here with Dr. Sid, Pachi, and DK, and we will be right back after this break with some more PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. My name is Dr. Squid, no, Dr. Sid. And I'm so excited to be here after that first round of games in the finals. It is not other than the bad guys from UAE that are winning right now, but it's a very close margin because Gone have the same points, even though they had a lower placement, but they had higher kills. So you can see that the kill points actually are doing a lot more for the teams. It is very close because even Slime 4KT is down there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Pachi, I beg, explain what is happening at the table right now.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate the amount of accents that Dr. Sid, or I mean Dr. Squid, has gone through in like the span of 5 seconds. In any case, we have the standings from the first game. It's Undisputed AE, of course, taking position number 1 with that chicken dinner plus 6 kills, giving them 21, followed closely. In fact, on par by Gamers United Nations, who got that 12 points and the 9 kills. They're giving them a total of 21. Side 4KT coming up in third with 10 plus 9, giving them 19. Zero Tolerance Skills in 4th place with 11. Pain Africa in 5th with 8 points. The Euphoric Gods also 8 points in 6th place. Influence Rage with 6 points in 7th place. Sincerity also grabbing 6 points for themselves in 8th position there. Moving on to the second page, of course, it's Lag Esports with 5 points in 9th place. Aphelion Apex with 4 points in 10th. We've got 3 points from NFxUNIQUE and Ultra 6. Coming in 11 and 12 respectively. We've got the Young Thundercats with 2 points in 13. G3 taking 1 point from 14th. The BBC also 1.8. 15th with the Immortalz coming up in 16th position. So yeah, straight off the bat, we have a couple of teams pulling up into the front. And of course, we've got our top performers here so far, our kill leaders for the finals here. Aim of 4KT in number 1 with 4 kills, 26 average a minute survival time there, 622 damage done so far. 4 kills for Andrew from 4KT as well, 24 minutes, 51 seconds with 528 damage done there. 3 kills coming in for Pounds from Gamers United Nations, 26 minutes, 36 seconds, 496 damage done, and then 3 kills from Sahil, 25 minutes, 37 seconds, and 473 damage done there. So straight off the bat, we've got some players pulling up ahead. But what I also noticed is that we've got a couple of teams who did not manage to get the positions that they were looking for. And I'm eyeing a couple of them because they are definitely going to have something to say about what happens in the next couple of games.
And the next map, as we know, is Sanhok. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the map where everything is just close. It's like what we call in Nigeria, face me, I face you. It's just houses where everybody's just side by side and we're looking at each other eye to eye. You get me? So, DK, in this map that is so close, what is going to happen here? Because, you know, some things are going on and we like what we are seeing, but we want more action. Who needs to step up in this second match?
Well, I'm not even going to try and do that in a pigeon accent, but of course we know that it does the pigeon pretty well. So well done on that. But yeah, today we're going to be expecting to see some pretty hard action. As we know, Sanhok is that close quarter combat map. So the teams really have that opportunity now to get aggressive, overly aggressive if they want to. But you also need to be careful, right? If you are not too wary of where you are and where the teams could potentially be in the surrounding area, it could be quite a few costly positions that come from that. And now with this flight path, Sid, it's going to be quite an exciting game.
I can imagine, because you can see the neighbors are all flying out now, but when the neighbors land, they will just be eating their other neighbors left, right, and center, because this neighborhood needs only one person to be holding the generator which has the electricity. Don't worry, my Nigerian people understand what I'm talking about. I will leave you guys with Pachi and DK as they carry on. See you after the game.
Woo! Oh, man. We are out here. Game number 2. It is Sanhok. It's gonna be some crazy times. We have seen some crazy things here throughout the season. And as Dr. Sid did mention, this is the map right here where we are looking face to face. You stare your enemy in the whites of his eyes before you pull that trigger and send him back to the lobby. But speaking of, we already have a couple of players getting sent straight back to the lobby. It looks like these players are not content with just chilling. They're not content with just dropping. They're ready to pick up some kills, and Sneaks and the rest of the Sincerity gang looking to pick up some kills right off the bat. Now comes Sneaks, drop onto the floor, but there's just too many angles. They're just annihilating the players here from, I don't even know what team that is.
Well, that's a new name. I mean, you could probably just rename the team to, I don't even know what team this is. That could actually be a very interesting team name, I gotta say, though. But of course, that is the side of the Euphoric gods that we see coming off to a really, a really tough start, as Sinister is now the lone survivor. Pablo, Hunter, and Sunny getting taken out on this very sunny map here, but a really beautiful start, though, for the side of Sincerity, getting right down to business over in towards the ruins. And now we, of course, wait to see how the rest of the teams are going to approach this zone. We do have Young Thunder quite spread out over on towards that western side, in and around that trifecta region. 4KT taking up position in towards the lovely boot camp there. And then they do have a little bit of company. Zero Skills sharing the space with them. We can see them positioned up onto the hills just south there of boot camp. But that is one of the points that seems to have quite a bit of contention, a lot of potential even for some crazy, crazy action. Gun once again going for a bit of a split drop in and around that quarry region. Pain up in towards Painan, seeing that the first 4 letters of Painan does spell pain. So they're right there in a home ground. No surprise on that front whatsoever. We also see the players there from Aphelion, Apex, all the way down over in towards Sami, sharing the space with the players from UAE. So several points where things could really start heating up if the teams decide to get into those engagements. But looking over on towards that far eastern side, it's looking pretty calm, pretty relaxed. BBC can just take their time and wait patiently to see who's going to potentially maybe rotate into that region. Meanwhile, as we jump straight back up into Sami, we see the players from UAE, Undisputed AE, if you want to be exact, up against the team here from the Aphelion Apex. So, yep, definitely have some expectations coming in with this potential engagement.
Yeah, indeed, we could get something right off the bat, or we could just get a disengage, maybe. We will see. Hopefully, we're going to see the fight happen, because that is what we're all waiting for. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see the disengage. We don't want to see, in fact, we don't even want to see the smart plays. Let's be real here. We just want to see the clash here. We just want to see the blood being spilled on the ground where our enemies lay defeated, so that we can take that chicken dinner, take the bragging rights, and go home, because that is what these players want to be doing, and they want to put the points on the board. And, well, the only way to do that is take the fights. So hopefully we see something happening here. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of a deflation, a little bit disappointing. It seems like Undisputed AE might just be backing off, or at the very least making rotate around the compound. Just off to the side, they're going to be hopping on the bike and actually just saying goodbye to their position there. Just heading off right into the distance, as you can see here on the map. Got a couple of players already. Gun actually getting central right there in towards Quarry and just putting themselves slap bang in towards the middle of that zone. We've got G3 moving into a similar position, getting themselves nice and central, because they know that once the zone starts to move on this map, it starts to move. I mean, the quicker it gets, the quicker it gets. You know, that's really what happens on this map right here. So you want to make sure you're at least inside the zone most of the time. You really don't want to get caught out. We have seen so many teams getting caught out in the blue in this map in particular. And, yeah, it doesn't bode well. You know, if you get caught out there, it is a tough time, and you most likely won't survive. So give yourself the best chance. Get yourself in to that zone. We've got Sinister here, just still reeling after the destruction that was wrought upon his team moments ago. Also now just snaking around in the grass, making sure that no one spots him out just yet. I don't even think he's going to go for any opportunistic shots. He really just wants to lone wolf it out, sneak it out, see how far he gets before he has to take the fight. Respect, putting some shots in, put some respect on the name. What's coming through in towards the young Thundercats here as they take the aggression. Their Sneaks now low on HP, moving up to the side. Muffin trying to move up as well. The res does come through here for the young Thundercats, but Sneaks not happy to just let it happen. Has to go and contest, has to go and put the pressure on. Does actually stop the revive, and now the shots from the other side. Perfect to take him down as well. And this might be the perfect dismantling of the young Thundercats here. They've been caught out. They've been surgically absolutely taken apart here by Sincerity. who are looking to finish this off super quickly. Rogue does go down, but this is too little too late as the Young Thundercats have been removed. And Sincerity will pick up some points.
Yeah, that was a really good handling coming in there from Sincerity. We already saw them kick off the map with a really good play. And now we do see Sinister just up ahead, just lurking in the grass, waiting to see if he can find that angle back on towards Sincerity, as they've already sent the rest of his team back into that lobby. But a few rotations still coming in. We do see a bit of a convergence in towards that more centralized region. BBC and the side of Ultra 6 actually getting closer and closer together. Bane also now rotating away from Painan, heading on towards that southern edge of the quarry. But looking down in towards the south, we do see the players there from UAE managing to find their way out of that Sami position and move up in towards Camp Charlie. Meanwhile, Bootcamp is now starting to heat up as 4KT and the side of NFxUNIQUE could get right down to business here. But it is going to be a pretty tough exchange, as there's quite a bit of hard cover for the teams here to utilize and just use to their advantage. But now, with that blue zone closing in, the next phase getting ready to pop, it is going to be quite interesting to see whether or not the zone is going to be inclusive of Bootcamp, or if it could potentially be moving elsewhere.
Indeed, that is the question among many other questions that we're waiting to answer here. We will see what the answers will be. So far, Bootcamp got a couple of teams in it waiting to see whether their position will still be maintained within the zone or if they're going to have to make that rotate happen. Luckily, there is still a little bit of space to maneuver. We're still in the earlier stages of the game, but that is about to change very quickly. Indeed, Bootcamp will still be within the zone. Respect. The rest of Sincerity are going to be rolling up just across that line. Super easy. Literally no problems at all. Sinister, of course, going to have to make the long rotate because all of that bridge area towards Painan very much blocked by Sincerity. Doesn't want to take the chance. Although, if he headed down towards the south, he'd easily be able to get across in towards even just lower down in towards South Painan, or even just across that bridge even further south. So, yeah, a little bit of a stretch up in towards the blue, but luckily, as I mentioned, still a little bit early days in terms of the game here on Sanhok, so we'll be able to brave that blue for the time being, at least. Miyagi right up here against Payne, who is stacked up on the top of this mountain with all the grenades being prepped. They know exactly Miyagi's position. They're just going to be tossing the nades right down there. Molly goes down to stop any potential pushes. Won't be finding Miyagi himself, though. Still going to be alive here for his team. We'll see if anything comes of this engagement or if Miyagi decides better of it, because certainly Miyagi can't push up on this one. It'll be a 1v4, and we know how that goes.
Yeah, but I mean, definitely Miyagi can still bring in a masterful play. He just obviously needs that reinforcement from the rest of the team. And looking at this separation, it's going to be a pretty tough call as the players from Payne already start off with those engagements. I'm not quite sure whether Miyagi is trying to come in with a bit of an off-angle play. They're looking to surprise the team from Payne, but as we could see, they already have that visual on him. So, well, the joke's on him now. He needs that reinforcements, or he needs to reposition, get back to the rest of the team, and they need to move up as a unit. So we'll see, of course, how that goes. But for the time being, Payne definitely having the advantage in this region over, of course, the side there of Ultra 6. So going to be interesting to see how they're going to handle this rotation, as we do have quite a few teams now still continuing to look to improve their position within this current phase. We do have Sincerity now making their way on in from that western side lag, taking occupation there of the Paradise Resort. But Quarry in and of itself is really starting to get to become a really tough position with BBC, Gun, Ultra 6, Payne, and UAE now all within that region. So the teams need to be quite careful and quite cautious as to how they're going to approach this.
Well, from the next zone drop onwards, it's going to be a tough time. You can see the concentration of teams down there in towards Quarry. It's quite a lot of teams sitting there in that particular spot. I was probably talking for about 30 seconds without you being able to hear me, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay because I've already told you what you need to know. Stuff is about to happen. The zone's about to close in. The game's about to speed up. That's what's going to happen. You already know it. You have been here, I trust, because, if you haven't been here watching throughout the rest of the season, what are you doing right now? You're watching the finals of a game. You have no idea what's going on. But don't worry, I'm here to explain it to you. It's teams. They're going for the prize pool. They're going for the finals. They want the chicken dinner. That is, of course, the W, the win, the victory. And that is what we're starting right here. It's map number 2. It's Sanhok. It's close quarters, and the game is definitely going to start picking up the pace as we move from zone 2 in towards zone 3 and beyond. Things are going to close up. So, of course, now we're just waiting for that next zone to drop to see where it's going to land, where the hot spots are going to be. And, of course, in the meantime, Bjorn going to go down to Hainsley as some shots do happen across that map.
Oh, and here we go. That zone shifting up once again, continuing now up in towards that northwestern side. Quite a big chunk of teams sitting down in towards that southeastern side. So that is going to be a highly contested and congested region for the teams to fight it out. The northern region of the zone are not looking too crazy just yet. We do have a few teams in pretty close proximity, but of course, the side there of Sincerity, as well as the players right there alongside them, looking to be in a fairly decent position. That, of course, being the side of zero tolerance skills. So I'm curious to see what is going to happen on that southern edge with the rest of the teams now looking to move on in. That, of course, being Gun, BBC, Ultrastick, Spain. We got the team there from Aphelion, Apex, as well as UAE. So many teams now moving in from that southeastern edge. And I'm curious as to who will be able to hold on and show dominance in the southern region.
Indeed, indeed. We're going to have to wait and see who comes out on top in that particular spot. But for now, it's going to be Gun just moving up the side of this hill here, moving from rock to rock, cover to cover, as they make their transition up in towards the top of that mountain, giving themselves a little bit of advantage. And, of course, some shots to rotate. Flecko going to be putting the hits in towards Law from BBC there. There's a couple of tussles happening across the way. Lord will, of course, be taken down as well. So things very difficult here. G3 making the rotate straight on up. It looks like they're going in for the kill potentially. It's going to be their 2-2 play, which might just prove to be quite effective here, depending on how they choose to approach the situation. It looks like they might even be going for the flank. BBC have a very tough time ahead of them. In the meantime, Kage going to go down as Nerf takes the shot in towards him. Gun going to be getting a little bit aggressive here. Lord goes down. A well-tossed nade from G3. That's good. Putting the damage in, and that's so much nade damage. G3 has basically secured this win already with nothing but nades. They haven't even decided to go in with the guns yet. And of course, now that they do start to move in, it is basically just done and dusted. BBC getting nuked out of existence. No chance. G3 laying down the law right now, showing us that they are ready to pick up the pace, ready to make things happen like we expect them to. And of course, the concentrations of team down towards the south of this map mean that fights are on the horizon.
Yeah, a really good push coming in there from the side of G3, but now will they be able to continue with that momentum, as they do still have quite a few teams in the vicinity? We see Gun just creeping up onto the side there of zero tolerance, but now turning their attentions a little bit further down to that more southern position, as we do have the players from Pain still vying for that spot in the zone. Aphelion, Apex also moving in alongside them. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of engagements, quite a bit of trade-off coming in with these three teams. We do have a potential triangle of doom now in the southern edge of the zone. Yes, indeed, that nice evil laugh coming through. But I mean, actually, the zone is looking quite nice though. The teams, aside from the teams we have down in the south, we've got a really nice spread looking up towards that more northern approach. I mean, Lag is just enjoying paradise in all its glory, completely uncontested. Sinister looking now to come up with a few interesting potential maneuvers all the way over on towards that northwestern side as the zone now moves up once again. Lag find themselves in a beautiful setup. 4KT also in a decent position as they do have those compounds and potential control of them. And also the players then from NFxUNIQUE, they've got a compound right up ahead of them. So if they're able to move in, secure those compounds, they're going to be feeling as comfortable as the team there from Influence Rage we see over on that eastern side. The rest of the lobby, they're going to have a really tough time finding a decent spot in the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough time, but that's exactly what we want to see. Cold putting some shots in towards Kingerman. Of course, the things are going to be picking up pace and they will not let up. That's what we know about this map. Up they come. The Beast going to land the shots. Cold goes down, but he has so much more to contend with. Down he goes immediately. The response comes through, and the teams are just knocking each other out bit by bit. Respect going down. Hanad getting taken down as well. Zero puts the shots in. Nerf goes down to Zavation. Beast getting taken, of course, down by a Kage. Zavation getting taken down himself by Short Boy. Slim G3 taking a couple of bits of damage. That's 6. And Buden getting taken down. That is a little bit of a tough time. 13 teams left remaining, and everyone is just getting slaughtered left, right, and center. Gun on the back foot at the moment. Low on HP, low on player counts at the moment, and they're coming in to reinforce one another. The remaining players here to make something happen. There is coming through to try and boost G3's, or Gun's numbers, should I say, back up here. Respect going to be up with Sneaks right up against this rock, and they have their backs to a very difficult spot because, of course, they're right on the edge of that zone, which does mean that they are in a tough position with all the teams moving up right behind them. You can see Pounds and Plaza there right behind Sincerity. So things not going to be very easy for them to manage the shots coming through from a lot of teams in the surrounding area, and Gunner are going to have to contest this position if they want to get across that line into the zone. And when Gun comes knocking on your door, it is not going to be a fun time whatsoever. Rogue going to get taken down by Pounds, and up comes Plaza to finish things off. It looks like they might have just lost their chance here. Very low on HP. Plaza snaking his way up, but he will get taken down. Not going to find the shots early enough. Sneaks getting taken down as well. Respect not in a good position. Muffin now in the back trying to make something happen, but Gun is too quick, too fast, and, well, just too much firepower at this point. They're just going to be able to run straight on up. Muffin now right behind this rock. Gun going to be juicing themselves back up to full health, making sure they're ready to make that final push across the line. 2 of their players already there, but the rest do have to make it up. Vortex going to be gatekeeping just a little bit, putting the shots across in towards them. In the meantime, lots of teams still fighting it out. You can see that kill feed going absolutely nuts. Here comes Pounds pushing up, but he's just going to get taken out. Vortex not letting it happen. He is just not happy to let these guys go. Gun getting punished left, right, and center as Vortex does his work and takes them down one by one for the insolence of them believing that they can make it up into zone. But speaking of zone, of course, it has moved up once again. You can see that all these teams are now fighting out in the open, and they have to rotate, but they are also having to watch their backs because there are players still stuck out in the blue. We know how that goes. It's not going to happen for very long. Muffin getting set on fire. Still going to survive, though, crawling around in the grass and lining up a shot for Hates, but absolutely dismantled as Hates just lands that shot in immediately. The thirst comes through, of course. Now Plaza and the rest of Gun in a tough spot as they do have to rotate once again. They made the dash up into zone, but they have to do it again if they want to survive. Top 10 teams now, 10 teams remaining, 30 players left alive.
Oh, and this is going to be quite the bit of a fight, but a good play coming in from the side of Gun here. We did see the team there from Sincerity getting caught in a really tough position, but now Zero Tolerance looking to just roll on with the punches to continue their efforts. Now looking to close it up onto Aphelion. Apex as Rusty gets knocked right on down. Fortunately for Aphelion, Rusty has been separated from the rest of his team. But here we go, Gun now looking to return the favor over towards Zero Tolerance, coming in with a third party of their own. As Short Boy Slim comes in with a quick spray. Influence Rage just up ahead. This could be quite a bit of a fight to break out between the teams. The blue zone now starting to make its way on through, swooping in. Up comes the Mollies. Excavation now looking to find the spot, find the position. Short Boy making a quick dash for that zone. Up ahead, of course, the teams are lying in wait, waiting to see who's going to try and cross on through. Short Boy Slim gets knocked right on down. It is now down to Plaza to make the final stand for the side of Gun. But Zero Tolerance getting ready to move into position, potentially looking to clear it out even before getting into the safe zone. We do see Skydo now taking occupation of that little shack just on the edge, but this could be the position where we see Plaza sneak in a quick cheeky nade. No, not even a chance, as 4KT comes in with a long-range spray, finding the hood, finding the pain right on towards them. Now, as we did see up in that northern reach, it is looking pretty tough, pretty hairy, as the players there from Lag, as well as the team from UAE, are fighting it out for control of this northern region. Fantasy now looking to quickly sneak around, find that angle. 1-9 in the meantime, getting it down to business, getting those players right back on up. But Potato, oh, and the rest of the team here from UAE sending over some fantastic grenades. Now Fantasy looking to hold strong. All he's got is a tree. The molly's getting sent off through. A little bit of a spray coming into the M249. Quickly relocating up behind the hard cover. Up comes the shots, the spray. Down he goes. Potato clears it out. G3 also now looking to make a quick run for it. Down goes Gunner. Oh man, what is going on? Absolute insanity. 5 teams remain. 16 players still alive. And it is only going to get crazier from this point forward.
Yeah, and that is what we are waiting for. 5 of these teams here to battle it out in what could be the final few zones here on map number 2. That is Sanhok, and it is 4KT ready to spread some pain as they did, shutting down quite a number of players there who are moving in, and they're ready to do some more. But Pronto getting set on fire by Skudu. Terry, of course, going down, and the rest of them getting taken down as 4KT nails the final a few nails in that coffin there. Mercury also not in the greatest position, so probably will be going down to blue. Oh, just barely gets the heal in. But how long is that going to last? I don't think they're going to be able to actually get into the zone. It's a little bit too much of an ask at this point. The zone doing way too much damage. Potato looking for some of those shots. Not going to find anyone just yet, but does see a little bit of movement. WalkAT right in the line of sight. And have to be super careful here. Zerato's, of course, looking for something, but they do have to get the rotation. 4KT, burden is on them to get moving as well, because they're outside of the zone right now. But of course, Undisputed AE, they're quite happy with that. They're just going to sit right on top of this hill. Potato going to be smoking up, and they have perfect pole position here. In fact, with this high ground and this cover, they could just wreak absolute havoc here. 4KT in a very tough spot. Andrew going to go down. Hate, of course, hitting the deck as well. Things are not looking good whatsoever. Potato, so much damage, instantly goes down, but they do have the cover to work with at least. The Blues are now closing on up, putting the heat straight on these 3 teams, fighting it out for that chicken dinner. Game number 2, but it's Undisputed AE right in the mix of things again, securing themselves a second top 3 finish at the least, which is absolutely insane. Straight off the start things up. Yeah, in the finals, 4KT going to get taken down. Scooter does drop as well. Matrix now looking for those last few hits. Vortex just charging straight up the hill. He's going to find these shots. He has to be careful. Smoke's right there. He's actually just going to be peppering through the smoke, trying to find those hits right on through there. Matrix goes down, charging straight up. Vortex, he's just putting the pressure on. He's just going to get those thirst-free kills. He'll take those. Yes, please. Give me those points, he says. So he'll now trying to contest. He's got the Tommy in hand. He could do a little bit of damage. Vortex now moving up, of course, securing the last one of those kills behind the rock there. So he'll right on the backside of Zavation down there to support. It's 2 versus 1. So he'll lots of work to do here. But he's out of position. He has to get the rotate. So all of the players there, Zero Torrents, they can just sit. They don't have to do anything. It's free loot for Vortex. He can just juice himself back up. Perfect positioning here for him at the very least. This should be doable. In fact, it's a slam dunk, and they just take it, nail those shots in, and it will be that winner chicken dinner going to Zero Tolerance.
Absolutely insane finish to the match. Got to give it to the side there of Zero Tolerance, just beautifully playing out this final few phases. And of course, bringing in a very comfortable 10-kill finish. The side of UAE coming into that second position, finishing off also on 10 kills. So again, we do see the 2 teams finishing up in those 2 top spots, bringing in some really aggressive kills. But we also got to look at the side there of 4KT, bringing in a very comfortable 9-kill finish in 3rd place. Absolutely fantastic way to wrap up Sanhok. And of course, that was what we were expecting. We're expecting this match to be absolutely chaotic. And well, the teams definitely stepped up and delivered on that front.
Yeah, certainly did in that, and the chaos that we were expecting in a map like Sanhok, it did come through, and we did see it happen. Interesting to see Undisputed, as I mentioned, coming in a top 3 finish, this time in 2nd place again. So you know, they're keeping their top 3 straight off. So 2 matches in a row now that they've gotten really good placement. So definitely a team to keep an eye on. But of course, all the teams really stepping it up here in the first few matches of the finals, and that's really good, because this is how we started off. Things can only escalate here as we culminate in towards the end. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what we have in store.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of what we have in store, we have our Miramar map that is going to be the next map that we would be moving up into woods. But I got to say, though, a really aggressive start on Erangel, really aggressive start on Sanhok. And now as we look at our MVP, that of course being Fex from 4KT, bringing in 5 kills, 590 damage, as well as 22 minutes and 28 seconds of survival time. We did see quite a considerable amount of kills coming in from the side of 4KT as well. So no surprise there, as they did finish off with a really strong match once again. 9 kills, exactly as where we saw them in that first round. So good consistency coming in from the side there of 4KT. Undisputed AE ending up in the top 3 once again. But Zero Tolerance now stepping up. They finished up in 4th place in the previous match. Now reigning supreme with a beautiful 10-kill finish. So absolutely fantastic stuff from them. And of course, the first team in the finals to get into those double-digit kills. But looking a little bit further down, we do see the side there of Sincerity Esports also bringing in an absolute banger of a match. Yes, they didn't get the best placement points, but they did finish off on 8 kills, bringing in a very comfortable 9 points in total there. So that is, of course, one way the teams can look to improve their standings on that leaderboard. So really strong performance coming in there from them as well. And as we now look at our second page, you can see this is where it starts to drop off a little bit. Gun not having the same match they had in the previous round, only bringing in 3 kills and coming in with the placement there. They finished off in, I believe that was 8th place in the last match. So definitely a little bit more challenging game, as we did see a good handling coming in from them, though, when they were caught in that lovely triangle of doom. But I mean, it is Sanhok, it is insane, and that is what we had so much of.
Yeah. Indeed, we did absolute insanity, which is great to see. But of course, moving in to Miramar is going to be super interesting because it is the complete antithesis to Sanhok. We're going to be getting those long ranges and potentially strategic movements coming in from the team. So I can't wait to see what the teams have to bring to the table in terms of Miramar, because that is traditionally a map where we see some really great things coming out of the team. So we've put them into the frying pan, we've put them into the fire, we've seen them perform under a little bit of pressure. Now let's see what they can do, at least on a map that requires the precision, that requires a little bit of that rotational advantage, the height differences and all that fun stuff. It's going to be quite spicy.
So yes, definitely, we can't wait for the action on Miramar. If you're watching right now, it is the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. And like I said earlier on, you need to go check out NordwindGaming.Africa, brand new website with all the information on the Umzansi Esports League, the Nkosi Cup, and all tournaments that is coming out from Nordwind Gaming. So definitely go check that out, and we'll see you guys right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. This is your boy, Dr. Sue, coming all the way from Nigeria live because this is a Pan-African event. And in a Pan-African event, we share our experiences across this beautiful African continent. But right now, we are in the PUBG Mobile Finals. That is, there are only 16 teams remaining, and somebody is going to go away with plenty money. We have played 2 maps today. Played 2 maps. Look at this prize pool. Pachi, I beg, tell these people about this prize pool.
It's tough. It's tough to keep a straight face when Dr. Sid is out here pulling mad numbers. But here it is. It's the mad numbers that is the prize pool. $17,500. I believe that's USD right there. So those are some big D's being dropped there. Dollars. That is 15,000 of them going to the PUBG Mobile segment and 2,500 for FIFA 21. So, of course, if you're looking to get in on that action, then you just head over to the websites, head over to the socials, head over to all those places where you know it's going to be. You can sign up for tournaments. You can get yourself involved if you've got yourself and a team. You know, just get one up. I mean, look at this first place, $3,680. I mean, if you're not fighting for this right now, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Second place, $1,530. Third place, $920. And fourth place, $765. So we are out here shifting those numbers. And the teams are fighting for that. We've already seen, as Dr. Sid has mentioned, 2 of those maps having already been played. We're going to head into number 3 very shortly. We've seen Erangel. We've seen Sanhok. And straight off the bat, of course, the Game 2 finals. Of course, you can see that right on your screen. This is the standings for that. Zero Tolerance, of course, coming with the upper hand of 25 points. Undisputed A in second place with 21. 4KT coming up in third place, 19 points. So at least they are putting some points on the board as well. Influence Rage in fourth with 11. G3 in fifth with 9 as well. Sincerity with 9 in sixth place. NFxUNIQUE 7 in 7. Hit an Apex with 8. Or in 8 with 5 points there. And of course, moving on to the second page, Gun is going to be picking up 4 points for themselves. They're 9th, as we saw. Lag in 10 with 3. Ultra 6. Euphoric Gods and Pain Africa in 11, 12, and 13 with 1 point each. Got Immortalz, BBC, and Young.CAT coming away with nothing in 14, 15, and 16, respectively. So there it is. Craziness has unfolded. We've seen them tried and tested on our just staple map, our bread and butter map, that, of course, being Erangel. And we've seen them under pressure on the Sanhok map, and now we will have to see whether they can pull out the big brain strats and those long range shots, those clean engagements on a map that is Miramar. Now, we've seen a couple of traditional performances coming out from some of the teams, but that might just be tossed up just a little bit because we've seen some teams stepping it up today already. Of course, here are your kill leaders so far. 4KT going to be sporting 2 plays in this one. It's going to be Aimer in number 1 with 7 kills, 24 minutes and 15 seconds survival on average. And of course, 1,098 points of damage. So this guy's already out here. He's passed the 1K damage mark already in these last 2 games. Of course, Sahil in second place with 5 kills, 24 minutes and 31 seconds average survival time. We've got 807 damage coming out from him. 5 kills on Andrew from 4KT as well. 23 minutes and 35 seconds average survival time with damage of 721 points done. 5 kills also on the back of Vortex from Zero Tolerance skills with an average survival time of 22 minutes and 44 seconds with 1,153 points. So actually some serious damage coming out from Vortex as well, already having passed the 1.1k damage mark. So, I mean, you can see these guys are taking it seriously right now.
They're definitely taking it seriously. DK, so looking forward into Miramar right now, we can see the tables already shaping up, and some of the teams are already taking familiar positions, as we know. Who are you looking out for in this map very quickly before we jump in?
Well, I gotta say, Undisputed AE as well as Slime 4KT, they've been showing some great consistency over the first 2 maps. But as we move up in towards Miramar, we know this is a map in which Gun likes to really play this, to their advantage. So I'm expecting Gun to perform exceptionally well when we get into this Miramar map. So I'm thinking the top 3 could be very similar to our first match, UAE, Gun, and Slime 4KT, but in no particular order.
All right. Also, there you have it from DK. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the plane getting ready to fly over the Afghanistan looking, desert looking place that is called Miramar. It's like in the desert, and there's a lot of spaces for people to have long range shots. Very, very interesting in game engagement. This is a very, very tactical map, and I look forward to the action while I leave you in the capable hands of DK and Patchy to walk you through everything that happens on this amazing map.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sid. Map number 3, it is Miramar. We're already setting off in that plane, the flight path, going there from Veldormar all the way up towards the eastern coast there, towards Junkyard. So, yeah, a little bit of good access towards the southern portion of the map, at least. We'll see where that zone decides to go. We have seen it do a little bit of sketchy stuff before, so maybe it goes all the way north and really throws the team for a loop, or maybe it lands right on top of them and actually is nice to the teams for once in a while. We're about to find out, of course, as the teams are starting to touch down on that ground. The question that I have at the moment, DK, you've already given us some of your predictions here, but I mean, we've seen teams step it up here on this map, teams like G3. Do you think they have a chance here, or do you think that our kill leaders and our teams that have taken the chicken dinners so far in those top 3 spots so far are going to continue to dominate here on map number 3?
It's going to be a tough one. It depends, of course, where this first initial zone goes. And as we can see, it has shifted straight up in towards that northwestern region. So G3, they definitely have a good position. They always like to go in towards that San Martin kind of area. So they are secured within the zone. Now they need to get their loot ready, get themselves set up. And I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to decide to rotate out of San Martin, or whether or not they're going to look to hold strong in the compound, as it is a rather favorable position in this current zone. But El Pozo also looking pretty nice and comfortable, as we can see the side there of BBC looking to push up towards that El Pozo region. So definitely a few interesting positions, but I'm curious to see what the teams on the outlying regions are going to bring. As we do look over towards that Los Leones region, we do see the players from Sincerity right there alongside the players from UAE. And then, you know, Pablo and Co, they're also right there. That, of course, being the players coming in from... no, I blanked out for a quick second. That, of course, being the players from the Euphoric gods. So, yeah, we're going to be looking to see what they'll do in that Los Leones region. It is sometimes a little bit of a difficult fight with so many angles to try and take care of. But strangely enough, Picardo also only sees one team within it. The Young Thunder team, of course, quite spread out in that region, and a good spread. But I'm hoping to see them start condensing that split, because Miramar is a map on which you can afford to go in for a little bit more of a split drop, but you can't stay there for too long, as, you know, once the pressure starts cooking up, you definitely need to look at handling yourself a little bit better. And Superior already getting put to the test, as we can see Payne, Kingerman just rushing up into his building. NFxUNIQUE, however, on the other hand, starting it out with a bit of aggressive show onto the side of Aphelion Apex.
Yeah, some quick things happening here and there, but knowing Miramar, it's not going to be some crazy stuff just yet. We'll see some skirmishes perhaps, but yeah, the teams are playing a little bit more cautious here. Superior trying to get a couple of cheeky shots across and does find a little bit of damage, but no knocks just yet. Still, it's good to try and take every opportunity that is presented to you. And of course, Superior trying to do just that. Has put a couple of bits of damage in towards Kingerman. But once again, hasn't really been able to find anything more than that. Although, I'm not sure if they really want to at this point, because they are not with the numbers advantage at the moment. You can see the team is spread out just a little bit. Young Thundercats not really having the support of the teammates, which is going to make things a little bit difficult if they get caught out, if the team does decide to push up on them, which we have yet to see if that's going to happen or not. Payne, they have shown us some good things in the past throughout the season, and it looks like they might just be going for it. They've noticed that might just be a little bit out of position. A-bomb trying to find something here. Support is at least there, but they're not going to be close enough to actually rush up into the building if Payne do decide to push into it. So it could be a little bit of a tough one for Superior, finding himself really stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. Does he jump out and risk getting taken down as he dashes across the open fields or open plains towards his team, or does he stay put where he is? So far, the call is to stay put as the team. The cavalry comes in as the vehicle is thrown across the broken wall there, just wedged in between two pieces of it. Let's see if young Thundercats can rescue Superior here, who is just trying to stay alive at the top of these stairs. Pain slowly, bit by bit, inching closer and closer. Hanad does go down, Ungodly. Gonna put those shots in, and now things are looking very difficult. Superior goes down as Kingerman just absolutely charges up, and now it's up to young Thundercats to try and provide support, but Adonis not going to find what he's looking for. Early peak, trying to get the shots through the smoke. A-bomb goes down, but absolute just insanity here in this house as Pain move up and take position over the young Thundercats, who are trying to recuperate. Up comes Adonis. He's actually just pushing straight on in. He's going to find the timing absolutely perfect. Gets the knock as well. Kingerman now dashing in to support the team. Is he going to be in the right position? The staircase has been controlled by one team and another, and then one team again. In Africa having lost control of that point. Up comes Adonis. He's just been moving, trying to get as quickly as possible. It's going to work out perfectly. The young Thundercats will just barely scrape the win together here.
Yo, but that was a really, really tough one for the side of Young Thunder. I mean, Superior, I wouldn't have gotten into that engagement being so separated from the rest of the team. Fortunately, we did see a really quick reaction coming in from the rest of the guys. They're managing to just come on in and save the day. So well done to the Young Thunder team, bringing in our first, one of the first squad wipes right here on the map. But now as we look to see what the remaining teams are going to be doing, we do see a bit of a convergence into that more centralized region. Sincerity, now of course just positioned up north of Gun, but also a little bit further south there of the G3 team. We do see BBC also now starting to venture into the region with Lag holding onto that eastern edge. So definitely a few interesting positions coming in, but I'm still curious to see what the teams on these outlying regions are going to be bringing in. As we can see the players there, Pablo and Co coming in for the Euphoric Gods all the way over into Woods Las Leones. They still have a little bit of a rotation to bring in. UAE also have to work on that rotational path, and a few others that we saw up in towards that northeastern side still having to find a decent position coming into the zone. As we of course also looked at the zone, it is not too heavily congested with the teams. There's still quite a few openings for teams to try and squeeze on into, but I'm curious to see again how those rotations are going to come through.
Yeah, indeed. That is always the question. You can see the teams getting nice and concentrated slightly towards the southwest of the zone at the moment. Lots of teams on the outlying positions. We've got NFxUNIQUE taking a little bit of battle. 4KT going to be losing Aimer to some forward damage there. Kingsley going to take a couple of bits of fire from us, but nothing for the moment. At least the teams are keen to put the shots in. They're keen to start a fight, which is great to see. We still have 14 teams and 54 players left here as we move in towards our second zone. Certainly, pace will be picked up here based on the movements and the rotations coming through. But I do expect somebody to start stirring the pot, as it were, as opportunities will present themselves once that starts to happen. I'm waiting to see which team is going to step it up here on this map. And if we're going to have a bit of a repeat of our previous games, or if somebody else is going to take the reins here on Miramar, which is certainly a little bit of a difficult or different map compared to the previous two, being a little bit longer angles that you can utilize here on this one. That blue zone slowly closing up. A couple of teams still going to be lagging on behind inside, but it's not too much of an issue. Not lots of damage being done for the time being. That concentration of teams there, BBC, we've got Sincerity, looks like G3 is in the mix, so that looks like it could be quite the hotspot for fights.
Yeah, definitely looking to be a pretty interesting spot. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as the zone now shifts up once again, and the teams find themselves quite comfortable in the zone. No need for any urgent rotations. They can now focus on the engagements, looking to close it up. And Nerfme already getting right down to business as he comes in with that mini 14 over towards Falak Nihal. Now just holding on that off angle, but very fortunate for Falak that he's managed to find himself behind some hard cover there, as it is a fairly exposed position to be in. But Gun also needs to be quite careful of this play, as they do have the players there from Sincerity now just over towards that southeastern position. A few more hits now coming up in towards Nerfme, and a good ball play coming in here from the side of Gun, but now they're getting ready to move in. I'm curious to see where they're going to try and rotate up to, as a lot of the compounds in the surrounding area are already being occupied by some other teams.
Yeah, absolutely is the case at the moment. The team's just moving on up. The positions being taken up left, right, and center. And with the zone having rotated so far up towards the northeast, all the teams just going to be cramming themselves at the available locations. Everyone trying to rush for those pole positions, try and get themselves in the best spot to try and give them the best advantage to take those fights. Of course, G3, one of the teams that has in the past really utilized some of the high ground on this map and actually shown us some places that we didn't even know were possible to get up into before. So they really have shown us the ability to utilize those long ranges and those height advantages. Now, whether we're going to see that again is a different question. BBC rotating up the perimeter of that zone towards the western side just to get themselves a bit of repositioning there, a little bit of a better position for them to move forward. Of course, G3 doing exactly what I was suggesting they were likely to do here. This is what they do. They go straight up the side of the mountain, Skyrim style, and they give themselves some serious height advantage. It is going to be tough to try and outsnipe these guys sitting at the top of a hill this tall. Certainly, they're giving themselves a good sniper position. Really just put those long-range shots in. So we'll wait for them to get that started, because certainly we've seen them over the course of the season be really just a pain in everyone's side, a thorn in everyone's side as they pepper those bullets down across to everyone in the surrounding area. So we'll wait to see what they can make of that particular position. In the meantime, the young Thundercats getting a little bit of damage done by 4KT. The thirst comes through as well on Ungodly as Pronto just picks that one up super quickly there, adding the points to that scoreboard for them. We'll see if they can pursue this one and pick up a couple more as they take control of the top of this hill well within that zone. Still got plenty of time and space to utilize, and lots of teams still remaining. So yeah, this is still anyone's game, really.
Yeah, 4KT was really looking to innovate the side of Young Thunder, but as we can see, they're already coming in with that disengage, looking to push a little bit further up in towards safety, with the blue zone also now starting to close on in as we get closer to that third phase. Position is going to be absolutely important if the teams want to have a decent position to fight from in the coming few phases. Gun slowly but steadily making their way closer to the side of BBC. BBC, we saw them, of course, disengage, rotating through El Paso. But it seems like Gun is out for blood. They are thirsty. They are hungry. They want those points. They want to perform exceptionally well once again. And the zone now shifting right back up in towards that northwestern region. You can see the players here now looking to make their way on through, as they have a little bit of distance to cover to get back up in towards zone. Not a crazy amount of distance, but I mean, Euphoric gods, they can still potentially move on to the edge there of the crater fields. And this would be one of those advantageous positions. It really gives you some really decent high ground advantage. You can see for quite some distance around them. And now, looking at the map as well, we do see the side of Ultra 6 and Zero Tolerance getting into a bit of a tussle, a bit of an engagement on the side here. But Mojo completely isolated from the rest of the team. I don't think this is going to be the best option to get into an engagement. He has no support, no backup to speak of. And of course, well, there is the proof in the pudding as Mojo gets knocked right on down, already putting his team at a bit of a disadvantage as they now need to rework their strategy moving into this coming few phases. And yeah, that's a bit of a feels bad for the side of Ultra 6.
Yeah, it is. You never want to lose your players. You never want to lose the edge over the other team. So certainly we'll be having to move back to the drawing board there and try and reassess the situation. But I'm sure they will do just that, as the zone, of course, having moved up in towards the northwest. Teams rotating as quickly as possible. And the fight's happening in towards the border there. NFxUNIQUE going up against the Euphoric gods there. Some shots are being exchanged, but the rest of the Euphoric goes up a little bit more north of Sinister. Is going to leave him all alone to try and work at that gatekeeping. We'll see if it works out. He is looking for it, listening for those steps, listening for the sound cues. Before he peeks out, up comes Muzz though. LMG in hand. He's going to be landing the shots, and down goes Sinister. No chance of redemption there or resurrection, because of course the team all the way on the other side not going to be able to help. So easy pickup there for Muzz. And they're just going to move on through Silly, prepping a nade for Zero. Is he going to be able to land it? A little bit of damage done. No, not going to find its mark, but certainly Silly is looking for a little bit of that aggression. Now BBC going up against G3. Bjorn going to go down. Unfortunately, Bjorn just not having a good day today. Not finding fights that he is looking for. So he's trying to put the shots in towards zero. A little bit of damage done, but not going to find enough just yet. He's going up against just about everyone. Support of his team right there behind him is going to help the matter. At least they can continue to press the attack up the side of this mountain. There's still plenty of teams remaining here. There's lots of fighting still to be done as we move in from Zone 3 to Zone 4. But that space is going to start running out. So they do need to start finding themselves in good locations. As you can see on the map, the northern portion of the zone not really occupied for the time being, but I'm sure that will change very, very quickly. Lots of teams moving in from the south. You can see G3 up there with BBC and 4KT. So some battles certain to break out very, very soon. There goes Andrew putting the shots into BBC, and oh, they're not going to like that.
Yeah, really good sneak attack coming in here from Andrew. But of course, they are on the edge of that blue zone. They have to fight their way through to secure a decent place. And now, man, this is where BBC really needs to rethink this position. Are they going to try and stay here and fight it out? Because as we could see, we do have the side of G3 just positioned high ground. So a good gatekeeping position for G3. And now also 4KT using this opportunity to try and wrap around the edge of the blue zone, coming into a more western approach. But this is where, oh, Lord finds a beautiful head up on towards Gunner. They should use this opportunity now to rush up in towards zone and not get caught out when that blue zone starts rotating in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Those rotations, those rushes coming in from BBC. Lord, of course, now trying to break the ice. A very exposed position. Flaka now looking to capitalize on that. Trying to get the spray on in. And surprisingly enough, the rest of G3, not G3 rather, BBC, with a bit of a slow rotation. I want to see them rushing in. There we go. Now, of course, jumping at the opportunity. A little bit of chaos up ahead as 4KT is also trying to make their own rotation in. And this is where we can see Lord now about to get rushed as the pressure is really starting to mount. But of course, BBC managing to position themselves securely within that zone. Up comes 4KT looking to clean it up. Down goes Lord. Amos so excited that he starts jumping for joy. But Nihal, he is not too satisfied with that. He is going to try and suppress a little bit of that rotation coming in for the side of 4KT. BBC down to 2. 4KT still looking pretty strong on 4 players alive.
Yeah, still looking pretty healthy. Burden putting the shots in towards Muzz. Looking for a little bit of redemption, a bit of a redemption arc for him here today, because he's got a lot of work to put in to make up for these last couple of games that haven't gone his way, all the way of his team for the moment. G3 still in position up on the top of this mountain, but unfortunately, not going to be outside of the zone, so they do have to rotate in looking for the shots. Flako trying to put them in trace across the car. Not going to find the damage he's looking for, but at least a little bit of it has been done. There it is. That's coming through. Zero goes down. That's going to be a good bit of damage. G3 looking to pick the last couple of players off as they make their rotate. 4KT. So looking for a couple of those long-range shots, but it's going to be NFxUNIQUE rolling straight up on BBC. They're going to find themselves in a bit of a difficult spot. They do wipe BBC out, actually, completely removing them from the situation, but now they find themselves under fire from 4KT and a couple of other teams as they have exposed themselves. Vehicles going to be exploded there. 4KT cuts off their means of escape as the rest of the team does try and roll up. They're pop to obscure the vision, but that is not going to stop Pronto from just landing shots through the smoke to try and see if he can just land any bits of damage, keep them hiding behind those walls and not give them any chance to peek out. At the moment, the rest of the team's rolling on up. G3 has made their way across that line, so they have gotten themselves into safety here on the western side of the zone here. Everyone just huddling up inside as they take their last breaths of what is going to be freedom for them, because of course, as this blue zone closes in, we're about to drop our next zone. See just how much space is taken away from these teams. 13 teams, 42 players left alive at the moment, and that playable area is looking very, very small right now. The eastern side of the zone looking super clustered. That is a lot of teams to jam pack into that area, and there's a whole lot more that need to roll up on this one. There's a ton of teams that need to squeeze their way up into this zone. There is not going to be space, but there is going to be a little bit of cover, at least in this southwestern area, or southeastern area, should I say, for these teams to utilize. So they've got a little bit of cover, some piping, some mining equipment to hide it behind. The same cannot be said for a lot of these other teams who are going to have to utilize the heals to the best of their abilities. Lots of teams have to rotate in from the west, a couple from the north have to come through as well. But those shots are being exchanged now within the zone as the teams try to take up a position. No one's gone central because, of course, that is pretty much a death zone at this point. I think a lot of the teams are going to be taking up positions around the periphery of that zone. We'll see how long they can last. Inspector going to go down to sneak, see some shots come through. Young Thundercats making that rotate, but absolutely peppered from all sides. Just absolute insanity here. You cannot find any cover. There's just no way you can escape. There's too many crosshairs, too many players, too many variables to think about. Try and get up in it to safety. 11 teams remaining as so much damage being done. That kill feed going absolutely nuts. We're almost in our top 10. In fact, we are in our top 10 teams now as teams are getting eliminated one by one, which is inevitable as the playable area just looking super, super small right now.
Oh man, this is going to be quite the fight to secure that winner chicken dinner. Gun now facing quite a bit of a challenge here. If they want to secure themselves in that top 3, they have to work so hard. You can see the side there of Sincerity now running up against the players from Influence Rage in towards the north. Here we go, Muffin up with the try to end that hit. Oh, Sahil just up ahead, quickly ducking back in between that hard cover, but a beautiful spray coming in from Sneaks as the shots follow their way straight on through. But of course, it is still going to be a highly contested zone wherever you look, with 10 teams positioned in it, 30 players rather still alive. It's going to be quite the fight still to come. But as the zone has been moving forward and just peeling back the layers, the teams are really being put to the test. We can see Influence Rage also just up ahead, looking to sneak in over on towards this potential northern play with UAE. Oh, sneaky hits coming in to sneak their Muffin and Respect now the 2 remaining hopefuls for the side of Sincerity. Will they be able to hold on? They have themselves in a little bit of hard cover, so they could sit there quite comfortable for the next few moments. But the zone, of course, now shifting further down south. The team's now having to relocate. Muffin getting knocked out in the process. Respect now just huddling up behind that vehicle, using the hard cover. But Influence Rage, they come rushing in. Sully and Co looking to clean this one out. Up comes Sully, up comes Sleepy. Oh, the sprays come in. Respect goes down. He's up to Sneaks. Will he be able to hold through? He's, of course, just barely within the zone. Quickly managing to get that med kit going. Now looking to get that res in. But Gun setting up a bit of a gatekeep on that western side of the zone. It is going to be such a challenge to get in and find a decent setup. But, oh, we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams succumbing to their injuries once this blue zone starts moving. And we've only got 2 seconds left on the clock. Up it comes, getting ready to move. Will Sincerity pull off that res in time? They now need to get their butts in zone. Influence right up ahead. Down goes Sneaks. Muffin comes in. It's not enough. Influence Rage clears them out. And now 6 teams remain. 10 players have dropped in the last few moments. Gun now going to be looking to still secure this western edge. Oh, will they be able to get it done though? Influence Rage just utilizing the hard cover, getting ready to move. But Gun needs to move as well. They need to get back up into zone. 3 players remain. G3, as you can see, also positioned off in the distance. We do have the players there from NFxUNIQUE looking to make a bit of a play as well. UAE coming in with the spray. So many teams. Oh, Bashy, this zone is just looking absolutely insane.
It certainly is. I mean, the close quarters now that they are faced with, but the lack of cover is huge right now. They're popping the smokes, they're using the hills, they're using some bushes and a couple of vehicles here and there. Maybe some trees if they've got, as you can see, Pounds just trying to keep him and his team alive. He has 6 teams remaining, 17 players left alive in this tiny zone now. And things are only gonna get spicier here as the fighting continues. Shots coming through from all directions. You can see everyone is just lining the outer side of this zone right now. Everyone is just trying to keep themselves alive, trying not to get into that line of fire, because as soon as you do, you're just going to get absolutely annihilated from every possible angle. Just have to try and stay alive, try and find a couple of kills right now. It's not about just going for it. It's about staying alive. It's about the survival. And oh man, shots from Gun are going to be absolutely hammering away at NFxUNIQUE there. Not a great time. The Influence Rage going down as Nerf puts the hits in. Up comes Pounds. Lots of damage done. And he's just not going to get taken down. He's going to be picking up the kills for free here, not going to be contested whatsoever. Barely any damage done to him. Just laying down the law right now, making sure that he is known. 5 teams remaining as one by one the players are finding themselves locked into battle. But here comes the zone. Oh, the molly going to be doing so much burn damage, and getting caught in one of those is just not a good time. But up comes the shot. Pound goes down. Mercury puts the hits in, but is he long for the world? Very low on HP, going to be chancing, testing the fates here, dancing around the edge of this hill, staying alive towards Gun as he tries to catch them out. But man, it's so low on HP. This is not where you want to be. He's just playing with fire at the moment. 5 teams remaining, but barely anyone inside the zone. So they have to be worrying about that right now, because if they're worrying about fighting, they're about to be caught out in the blue. Sahil now trying to get rezzed by Matrix as he does manage to get it through. But they're just right on the edge. Plaza moving up towards the top of the hill. Preston over the edge to see if he can spot any of the plays out. There's one. Haynes taking a lot of damage. Can he escape? No, he can't. Plaza has so many bullets. He doesn't matter. He can just throw the fire down in his direction. Throw the bullets up in towards the opposite side. And there they go. Lots of damage done. And oh, up he comes Plaza. Still managing to win the fight. Just no problem. Easy peasy. Just going to get that one, pick up the kill, reduce the team count once again. 4 teams remaining there as Gun is looking for a chicken, but is G3 going to let them do it? Keish, of course, right here behind some cover, trying to stay alive for NFxUNIQUE. See if we can make it happen here. G3 putting some shots in, but Pounds is too quick. Sigurd goes down. Plaza looking for a couple more. Lots of damage done here. It is an absolute battleground right now. Zone for destruction. Keish not going to be able to stay alive for much longer as the blue closes in, pushing him out of the cover, and Gun just going to pick that up. It is going to be Gun just absolutely dominating right now. They're in the perfect position. They've got the numbers, they've got the firepower, they've got the HP, and now up they come to finish it off. Sahil and Mercury basically no chance at all. They're in a tough spot. Sahil does find the shot though. Nerfme goes out. That could be a big one. We'll see if it carries over, though. So much work to be done, and Gun still in pole position here. It's basically their final zone to lose at this point. Nerf, sure, he's down, but he's getting a bit of information. Molly has been thrown to try and stave dogs off for the moment, but they are rabid, and they are looking for the kills. Of course, the Thirst coming in for Nerf. It's a 2v2 up in this final zone here for map number 3. Matrix going to be bandaging himself back up to give himself a better chance at taking this final fight to Gun, having to reassess the situation now that they have lost their momentum and their advantage. Some nades getting tossed. It's going to be a tough. Was that a nade?
No.
Was that a can?
I
was
don't
like,
know.
why is it the nade popping? But that looks like a bean can or something. Like, what was that?
I don't know, but Patchy, I can tell you, this match has just been absolute insanity. Now, Pounds and Plaza looking to move in, close up that winner chicken dinner. Out comes the bands, everything but the kitchen sink as the teams get ready to move in. Gun already sitting on an absolutely mind-blowing 18 kills. Absolutely crazy, crazy stuff. And well, just looking at this, they'll have a minimum of 30 points closing out this match, whichever way it goes. But we can see that blue zone now starting to close on in. We do see Pounds on that off angle. Could potentially be a great play. Plaza now quickly getting up, putting the shot in, and up comes Pounds with the spray. Down they go, and Gun take home the winner chicken dinner. Doing so in beautiful fashion. 20 kills alongside a beautiful winner chicken dinner. Wow, that was crazy.
That is a lot of points to pick up in one single game. 15 points for the chicken dinner, 20 points for the kills. That's 35 points in a single game. I mean, I've seen teams get 35 points in a season, let alone one single game. Man, oh man, the finals looking super, super spicy right now. Gun coming in big in game number 3, showing us a very, very good Miramar performance here. One that we certainly didn't expect. But guess what, DK? It's UAE still in the top 3. They're taking up second position. Sure, they don't have many kills to their name, just one in the hands of Sahil. But man, oh man, that consistency is looking absolutely nuts. We are seeing some really good performances from the teams here in the finals.
Yeah, at least I called 2 out of the 3 top 3 teams, so I'm low-key kind of chuffed with
Yeah,
myself on that one.
you're on point. You are on point. That was some very accurate predictions. I mean, 4KT following off the way all the way down in 8.8 position with only 3 kills. But that's but that doesn't that just switches up the table a little bit. But let's see what the dynamic looks like after we get the tables ready. But in that particular match, I'm kind of curious as to UAE's game plan. They went more for positional play as opposed to going after the kills. But as we can see, Gunn did an amazing balance of both, probably more lopsided towards getting kills, and that obviously gave them position. But 20 kills and the winner chicken dinner, they have literally put a stamp on number one position as of today. So, whew, let's take a look at the MVP of the last match. Ooh, oh my God, it is Plaza from Gamers Unite Nations with 10 kills, 1,073 damage with a survival time of 26 minutes and 49 seconds. 10 kills is probably the highest I've seen in this tournament from one individual player, if I'm not mistaken. That is a lot of kills. But let's take a look. Obviously, next coming up, the all important updated leaderboard. Patchy, talk us through this.
Yeah, of course, it's game number 3, and as you saw, Gamers Unite Nations picking up the 15 placements for that chicken dinner in the game, and of course 20 kills. Now, if you think about it, 15 placement points is the maximum number of placement points that one can acquire, so they've acquired 100% of the possible acquisition of placement points. But in terms of kills, as you said, that's a very high count right there. It's not the maximum number of kills that one could get, but it is certainly quite a high number just based on the average here. You can see next rung down is NFxUNIQUE with 7. So that's less than a half right there, just one position down. So that's absolutely nuts. Of course, NFxUNIQUE, as we speak of them, is second place with 17 points. G3 picking up third position there with a good balance of placements and kills with 15 points. Undisputed AE taking fourth with their 13 points. Influence Rage also with 13 in fifth. Zero Tolerance with 8 in 6. Ultra 6 with 4 points in 7th place. And Slime 4KT with 4 points as well in 8th place there. So some huge numbers being shifted by some of the teams at the top there. But of course, as we move into that second page, it's the Young Thundercats in 9th place with 4 points. Sincerity with 3 points in 10. And then, of course, Lag Esports, Aphelion Apex, Euphoric Gods, and Pain Africa with 1 point each in 11, 12, 13, and 14 respectively. And then the Immortalz and BBC coming in 15 and 16 with no points for themselves out of that game. But ultimately, quite pressurized and insane set of games that we have witnessed here today. And we have seen all of the archetypes really of the gameplay. We've seen the close quarters, we've seen the bread and butter, and now we've seen the long range, we've seen the Miramar. We've actually seen some insane balancing acts from our top teams that are showing us how to just grab those placements, grab those kills, and give you just a huge boost to the start of this finals.
So what we've just seen is we've obviously seen a map which is just on game 3. When we come back from the break, we'll be seeing an updated lead. We'll leave the updated overall leaderboard till we finish our final map. But just so you know, like I've said before, this is the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. If you aren't right now during the break, you can go check out Nodwin Gaming Africa, brand new website with all the information on all Nodwin Gaming's assets, including the Nkosi Super Cup, the Umzansi Esports Leagues, and the Apex Legends Throwdown. So make sure you go check that out during the break. While we will see you after that break with more action from the PUBG Mobile Tour. Welcome back, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Umzansi Esports League Season 3. This is me trying to speak really fast and it's not really working, so I'm going to slow it down and say welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League Season 3 brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. My name is Dr. Sid here with DK and Patchy, and we are in the finals of the PUBG Mobile tournament. We have had 3 maps happen today with a lot of action, a lot of table shaking, some people stamping their authorities, but we are looking forward to the final map of today. We have 2 more days of action with the grand finale on Sunday. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look at a recap of what is happening with the tables and the standings right now.
Yeah, that is a lot of finales, but it is certainly what we're looking at. Of course, a quick recap to refresh your minds about what we just witnessed here from game number 3. It is Gamers United Nations taking up that first place with 15 placements. That is the chicken dinner position, and 20 kills to their name, giving them a total of 35 points, which is nuts. Coming in one single game. Of course, second place, we've got NFxUNIQUE, 17 points there in second place. G3 Temper in third place with 15 points. Undisputed AE, 13 points in 4, as well as Influence Rage Africa with 13 points in fifth place. Zero Tolerance Skills with 8 in 6. Ultra 6 in 7 with 4 points. 4KT in 8th place with 4 points as well. And that rounds up your first page for game number 3. Moving on into the second page, it's Young Thundercats taking up 9 with 4 points. Sincerity in 10 with 3. We've got Lag in 11 with 1, as well as Aphelion, Apex, Euphoric, Gods, and Pain Africa with 1 point each in 12, 13, and 14. And to round things off, Immortalz and BBC in 15 and 16 with 0 points, respectively. So yeah, I mean, we've come full circle now, all the way around. And of course, it has to be Plaza coming in with an insane 13 kills, 15,000, or well, 15k, 1500, should I say, 1,590 damage there, 23 minutes and 46 average survival time there. Gun sporting 2 of their players, the other one being Pounds with 13 kills as well, 23 minutes, 41 seconds average survival time with 1,967 damage right there. So they slapping some big numbers straight off the bat. Now, it's only day 1 and we're already moving madness. It's G3 with Gunner. I mean, 20 minutes and 23 seconds with 9 kills, 1,176 damage coming in there. 4KT with Aimer, 23 minutes and 3 seconds average survival time, 7 kills and 1,460 points of damage done. These are your kill leaders for the finals. And of course, we will continue to update that as we progress. But as I mentioned, we have come full circle now. We started on Erangel. We moved over to Sanhok. We moved on to Miramar, and now we're coming right on back to where it all began to round off day number 1.
This reminds me of a song. We're back, we're back, we're back, we're back, we're back, we're back again. It's a wrangle, and the map is gonna bang. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a wrangle once again, and you know, these teams obviously have battled themselves out on this map today. So let's see if they will come back with some different strategies or use the same strategies that they did. I would be very surprised if we didn't have the same top 3 we had on the first wrangle map as in this map. Again, that's my prediction for this particular map. And I'm going to ask DK. DK, so I know you were very close to the predictions. You have been almost 100% so far. So tell me what are we looking for at the ends of this map?
It is going to be a pretty tough prediction. We did see on the first one, Undisputed AE, Gun, as well as Slime 4KT performing exceptionally well coming into those top 3s. But looking to the leaderboard, I think it is going to be Gun, Undisputed AE, and potentially even Zero Tolerance Skill that could be stepping it up in this final match. I don't know, it's a guess, but I'm pretty convinced that Gun and UAE will be in the top 3.
Well, you know, we like table shaking. We like rooting for the underdogs. We love the outsider story. Guys coming in from the water instead of using the land and coming and just shaking the whole table and scattering the place. Anyways, talking about scattering the place, the aeroplane is flying over the map right now. People are about to fly out. So make a leave in the very capable hands of DK and Patchy as they talk you through all the action. Oshe, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. It is Erangel once again, our bread and butter map. And of course, we're having a very nice flight path centered straight over that military island. So somebody please drop there for my own sanity's sake. I'd love to see a you do that. Of course, moving up in towards George is that flight path, and the teams will be heading down into that map nice and quick. And we will be seeing if the teams are, ready to engage on this map once again. We started with it, now ending with it. They should be more than warmed up at this stage of the game. So it is just going to be who is going to give us that performance, who is going to take the chicken dinner in the final map for the first day of the finals here.
Yep, and of course, the first thing we have to look at, Batchy, is going to be where that first initial zone is going to be dropping. That is going to be determining quite a bit towards the outcome of this match. So as we now wait to see where the teams are going to be going, we see the side of Young Thunder earning themselves a few patchy points there over on that Sosnovka military island. And that zone being inclusive of that. So some more patchy points being awarded to the zone itself. So well done, GG. But now, of course, we got to look to see what the players are going to be doing. UAE all the way over on that far western side towards Quarry, the Ferry Pier, even potentially Primorsk. So they've got that whole region to themselves to go about their business, get themselves looted up, and to decide from there on onwards where they could be looking to rotate up from. Also, the players there from Bain positioned in towards that Pachinki region. We do see lag, however, and the players from Ultra 6 in very close proximity, as we can see right there, just outside of that Pachinki region. And now up comes Zero here from the side of Lag, looking to find a few sprays up in towards Mullins and Mojo. But Pat, you got to say though, this match is going to be quite the tight one. This is kind of the do or die. Now we've been seeing a really strong play, strong performance coming in from a lot of these teams. But essentially, the idea that we see coming through is the teams are looking to set themselves up beautifully for the coming days and the coming matches. And so far, a few of these teams have been doing an exceptional job at that.
Certainly have. And now we wait and see what is going to be the final combination here of the final map. Right here. Interesting zone. We've got incorporating a large portion of that military island there. So some good playable area for the Young Thundercats if they want to move around there. But the question is the zone going to stay in that region? Most of the time, it doesn't. We very rarely see those finishes down there towards the southern portion of the map. And of course, that's a military island. So it'll be interesting to see if the zone decides to shift down there. Usually it doesn't. The majority of the teams realize that. Of course, they usually head on towards the mainland. And that's generally the best bet to try and get yourself into the best position to rotate up into the zone. And of course, get in towards the middle. Give yourself a nice comfy spot. And first dibs at the best rotational positions to give yourself that advantage as much as possible. For the moment, the teams are going to be getting their loot going super quick, making sure they're ready and prepared for when the fighting inevitably starts. But the question is, who is going to start the fighting? Who is going to be the first team to go out and get sent back into the lobby? As you mentioned, DK, there's plenty of potential for these teams to start some fights. We've got some teams very close up in towards Rozhok, of course, School. So maybe we'll see some shots exchange, of course, as well in towards George. We've got a couple of teams there, Zero Tolerance as well as 4KT and also Aphelion Apex. So lots of potential, lots of possibility for things to happen. We've got Sincerity up in towards the northwest. And they could potentially move down in towards North George as well. So, as I mentioned, lots of potential. But the thing is, can these teams, can these players turn that potential into action?
No, or even could they turn it into something great? But now, UAE off to a very comfortable start, completely uncontested down in towards this Primorsk region. I'm curious to see, though, what this map will have in store for us, Batchy, because currently the teams just, kind of get a bit of a breathing room here. They're just trying to relax a little bit. We do see Flacco there from G3, pretty close to the side of Gun. Gun, of course, dropping down in towards that Malta region, not going all the way over in towards Quarry, which we've seen from them several times in past matches. So definitely a nice bit of a change up. DBC holding on to that Malta power region. So a few interesting positional changes that we have. But will the teams be able to capitalize on that? I think once this blue zone starts closing in and we move into the next phase, things could potentially start heating up just a little bit. I'm not expecting too much engagements, or too many engagements rather, to come through in these early few phases. But who knows? I could be wrong. The teams could all decide, let's just go crash Pachinki and go get crazy. Could happen. I don't think it's likely to happen, but it could. So we'll just have to wait and see what they've got in store for us. I mean, 60 players spread out throughout the 15 teams. There's a lot of crazy, crazy plays that can come from this.
Yeah, certainly could do. So we'll just have to wait and see if the teams decide to go crazy. We'll see. Gun, of course, having been on quite a roll in the previous map, certainly could make something happen here once again. But I don't know, they didn't have as good a performance on that first Erangel match as they did on that Miramar match. So maybe it had something to do with the map, or maybe it was just the warm-up that they had from the previous game. Who knows? We'll see if they're continuing to play on their top game, or if maybe somebody else is going to be taking the reins here on the Erangel map once again. We have seen Undisputed AE being very, very consistent throughout their performance today. So maybe they will continue to do so and place another top 3 finish on this map. And if they do, they're going to be sitting quite happily towards the top of the leaderboard when this day rounds out. So we will keep an eye on them for the time being. NFxUNIQUE now rolling on up in towards school, which is of course where the Euphoric guards are currently sitting. But whether they want to go in is another question. They might just be passing by, and indeed it does seem to be the case. Pain actually going to be right up here as well, moving in to that particular position. So they might meet a little bit of resistance here. We'll see if any fights start to break out. Certainly, that's what I want to see. Nice centralization. Cage going down as Public, putting the shots straight on in. He's looking for a fight. He's looking to pick up some points. Now, Muzz rotating into position. Looking for the Euphoric guards for Public. Very quick on the trigger, doing quite a bit of damage. And Muzz not in the greatest position. Public actually just going to be running straight on up. He's keen. He's ready to take this fight as the rest of the team rolls on in. He did not expect that vehicle to just throw itself over the cliff into the line of fire. Now Terry and FaZe are absolutely putting on the pressure here. NF just looking to take the fight. Will be going for the thirst as well. Hunter prepping a nade to see if he can find something. Public getting taken down. That's a huge heavy hitter out of the way for NF. They can just move on to try and steamroll the rest of the team. Euphoric guards on the back foot. Smokes now going down, obscuring that vision as Sunny and the rest of the squad now rotating around, trying to go for the flank. FaZe not letting it happen. They're just staying cautious on the back line. Sunny puts the hits in towards Terry, but FaZe is still here. He gets taken down, though. No chance for redemption here. They will be slowly picked apart by Euphoric guards with a very clean comeback for them.
Yeah, good play coming in there from the Euphoric gods, but now we look to see where the teams are going to go. We do have a little bit of a position up towards that potato hills. We can see the players there from Pain just right on top, but still a really decent spread throughout the map, throughout the region, as the teams are slowly making their way on through. 4KT, however, still holding out onto that blue zone side. But we can see the players there from Zero Tolerance Skill now coming in with their rotation. The zone is about to pop, and it moves all the way over towards that far eastern edge. So quite a few teams already beautifully set up within the phase. Sincerity now looking to find that center position as they are maybe moving close to shelter. I don't think they're going to be moving up into shelter itself. Maybe the compounds in that surrounding area, which would be quite the advantageous area to be playing from. Gun also now coming in with their very own rotation. G3 following suit. Young Thunder also getting those rotations in. BBC a little bit hesitant there on the rotation, just looking to see if they could maybe essentially come in with a few third parties. Influence Rage also hot on the heels there of Sincerity, and this could make for quite an interesting zone, as we've got the teams now quite eager to get into those decent positions, have themselves set up for this phase and the coming few phases. But still, I'm curious to see what 4KT is going to be bringing to the table. They have been stepping up with their performance, an absolute beautiful balance with regards to their placement points and kills that they've shown so far in the matches today. But will this be the one where we see 4KT step up and get aggressive, looking to maybe get into that pole position? Or will it be the players from Gun, Undisputed, and Zero Tolerance looking to change it up?
That is the real question. At the moment, we've got a good concentration of teams up towards the northern side of the zone, and quite a few teams moving in from the side as well, from the west. Moving in, lots of teams down the center. You can see G3, Gun, and Young Thundercats. I really hope that BBC doesn't make too much of a rotate through, because they're actually in a really good position for, as you mentioned, those third parties. In the meantime, Sleepy putting some hits in towards Vortex. Lots of damage being done there, but no knocks acquired just yet, it seems. So he's just looking for a couple more shots in that direction. Hates and the rest of the squad going for the rotate. Not going to be heading back for any assistance here. So Sully just moving through, keeping a weather eye out. Vortex basically done in at this point, has to go out the back. I think might have just managed to escape or slip away. So of course Sleepy heading into that buggy and getting himself away from that situation. There's lots of tension across the map at the moment, as you can see here. Lots of teams moving straight on in towards the center part of that zone, which is going to make things that much more difficult for all of these teams that are already occupying a similar position. The crossfire is certainly going to pick up quite a bit. We're going to see some third parties for sure. We still have 14 teams and 55 players left though, so anything could really happen here. Lots of potential. There is still some space for these teams inside the zone, but that is going to run out. As we know, the zone is not kind when it comes to space. The more you run out of space, the more you will run out of space. So you have to be super careful here. Sully and the rest of the squad actually going to be taking the tunnels here. A bit of a sneaky beaky route that we have seen a couple of times before, coming in clutch here and there. Going to be getting that free loot, as well as these tunnels have not yet been touched. They're just going to be quite happy with picking that up and staying safe for the time being. We'll see how long it lasts for them, if they're going to be able to maneuver around this particular position, which can prove to be difficult to hold sometimes, but it can also prove to be quite a useful tool if you can defend it properly. So we'll see what happens for them here. Of course, on the screen, you've got Gun, who have been able to put on some good performances here today. We'll see if they can replicate that success. And there is the zone rotation once again, as I mentioned, running out of space every single time. Of course, that space getting reduced once again. We're still got a couple of zones to go, so there's still a bit of space for the teams, but it is definitely starting to run out. And that is going to force the fights. BBC certainly taking the advice there and making sure that they have not pushed up all too much. They're still on the periphery of that zone, still sitting quite happily alone, going to let everyone else fight it out before they move in. I hope that they do continue to do so, because right now everyone is focused on just everything else. You can see Gun right up there with a bunch of other teams. We've got Lag, we've got Euphoric Gods, we've got Influence, Rage, Sincerity, everyone. G3 moving in from the southern side as well. So things are going to be heating up very, very quickly. The question is, who is going to thrive and survive, and who will be sent back to that lobby?
Well, we're going to be finding out momentarily, as we do see the players here now looking to move on in. Oh, Sunny now just getting shot at. His vehicle tire getting blown right on out. It is going to be a pretty tough one to pull it off with this buggy, as you're going to need all the tires to be in working condition. But the zone, once again, is getting tighter and tighter. We're not seeing any major engagements happening just yet, but just looking at this positional play coming in from the teams, once we get into the next phase, the teams will definitely be forced closer together, as we would kind of expect in PUBG. That's kind of the norm. But I think that is when that positional play is really going to start benefiting the teams. And that is, I think, what we're seeing right now. The teams are just looking to set themselves up. They're not looking to get overly aggressive just yet. They're waiting for that opportunity to present itself, in which they can then strike, bring in a few additional kill points, and in doing so, also then improve their overall standings. Meanwhile, we do see the players here from Ultra 6 coming under fire up towards the lumber mill, as the team from Influence Rage are sending through the hits. Only one kill for them. Sleepy, of course, being the one to close it out. But this could possibly be the beginning of the end, as Ultra 6 Miyagi is moving through with his M24. The rest of the team now just looking for a decent position to set themselves up into. They're, of course, right on the edge over towards that eastern side. 4KT finally making their way up in towards zone. So we now finally have all the teams positioned within the zone itself. And as the blue zone is closing in, I'm curious to see exactly where it's going to be moving. Gun, they should be pretty decent, pretty set up, regardless of where that zone is going to be going. And now it's just a matter of where will it go? Is it going to go further north, further south, just close in on itself? Will it go over to one of the eastern sides, any of those cardinal directions? Or could we potentially maybe even get a little bit of a surprise? We don't know. We're going to be finding out momentarily, and the zone heads up in towards the north. So Gun, as I've said already, in a beautiful position within the zone. Sincerity also well positioned. Influence Rage holding on to that southeastern side. And now the responsibility lies on the teams already positioned in zone to look to fortify those compounds they're already in. Either that or potentially strengthen them by rotating a little bit deeper, but there's not a lot of options for the teams remaining in this phase. We can see Sunny here now looking to move up, pulling it right into the Wizard Tower, but already the shots are coming through from G3, and this again is where the players from Influence, or rather the team of Undisputed AE, are going to have a little bit of a hard time to find a decent spot. Ooh.
A couple of hits going in his direction, I was about to say. Once again, you haven't heard me for the last 10 seconds, but here I am once again. And G3 under some serious fires. Sunny has moved up. They find themselves in a bit of a difficult spot. Gun finding some good shots across the way in towards all the directions. There's some cheeky shots earlier that I did comment on, but you didn't hear because... yeah, I'm mostly an idiot. But in any case, Inspector going to be going down. Sahil going to be going down as well. Hunter putting those shots in. There's the Euphoric Gods laying down a little bit of their presence, making themselves known here. Continuing to keep control of the aforementioned Wizard Tower. G3 getting pushed there as well. Under a little bit of fire. Gunner going to lay down some hits as well. So they're keeping themselves alive here. Flaco is going to be looking out for any potential enemies in the distance. But they are going to have to get that rotate through because, of course, that zone has shifted. So they have to move up. You're going to go down as Potato puts the hits in. Sunny does get taken down in response, though. Plaza looking for some of those longer range shots as well, but Gun situated very nicely inside the zone at the moment. So they've got a really good position here. They can do some gatekeeping. Sincerity losing a couple of players. Kage running them over. Zero goes down. Muffin also going to go down there. Not a great way to go, but certainly that is what happens as the chaos starts to unfold. Sneaks now pinned down as Rusty and Cold move in on the position, but Rusty does go down to a very nicely placed nade and an explosion on that vehicle. Sneaks very low on HP, but still alive for the time being. Aphelion Apex split up in a 2-2 is going to mean that Sincerity do have a good chance at maintaining control here. Sneaks going to have to get revived here. It shouldn't be too much of a difficult position to be in. Lots of crosses trained in towards the direction of the tunnel opening, and of course all of these areas in the surrounding place. But right now, they're actually in a good position underneath the ground as they are still inside that zone. Shots coming through in towards 4K team. You can see the battle coming up on the western side is looking very, very difficult. Sincerity continuing to keep themselves inside those tunnels, which seem to be where a lot of the concentration of these teams on the west is going to find themselves. Gun continuing to lay down some fire in towards Pain, who are trying to recuperate themselves. Down towards the eastern side, of course, you can see a lot of teams amassing, but at least a little bit of distance in between them. Of course, that blue zone is closing up. Well, Chopper going to go down as Nerf lays those mini 14 shots down super quick to pick those kills up. Falak going to go down. BBC gets hammered for a KT, putting some shots in towards the Young Thunder. Falak goes down and up comes Rogue to put the hits in towards Lag. Does a good bit of damage there, and Lag find themselves in such a tough position, basically sandwiched in between some difficult positions here. And of course, as that zone shifts once again, the chaos continues, and the teams have to decide how they need to approach the situation.
Yeah, definitely going to be quite a bit of a fight up in towards the shelter region. As we can see 4 teams situated right here. Potentially even 5 teams. Not quite sure, but either way, it's either 4 or 5. We're going to be seeing the teams now still fighting their way out as we have the side of Lag now looking to move on up. Fantasy and 1-9, the 2 remaining hopefuls for the team here. Bane just up ahead over towards that southern edge. You can see the teams now moving in. Zero Tolerance also up in the mix, as well as Sincerity. And also we have the team from, I believe that's Spain. Oh, I already mentioned them. We have Aphelion Apex also right here, just holding at the opening. But here we go now. Payne cooking up the nades, trying to find that opening into the side of Aphelion. Apex G3 now getting hit by that blue zone. Quite a bit of contention over on towards this eastern side, up in towards the northeast. Ultra 6 just up ahead. We can see Gun bringing in a few more hits in the kill feed. Young Thunder coming under fire as the team there from Influence Rage are laying down some suppressive shots, finding the point, finding the target right there in A-bomb. Now, oh, down he goes as well. So many hits, so many crazy points, and down goes G3 as Andrew from 4KT finds a beautiful, beautiful spray. Payne, of course, still going to be keeping a very watchful eye on the opening here at Shelters. We do have Aphelion Apex up above. Rusty sends it right on through. 9 teams rather now remain. Gun still positioned down in towards the south. They've got a beautiful angle up ahead. Oh, we do have Rusty and Co. As you can see, Nerf now finding that beautiful knock right on in. Gun not having as many kills as we saw in the previous match, but still a good show here. Good potential for them to finish up in those high placement numbers. BBC right here, side by side, cheek to cheek, sharing the space with the side of Gun. With 9 teams remaining, 28 players still alive, it's still going to be quite the uphill fight for many of these teams to secure a decent position on that leaderboard.
Yeah, indeed, Gun having done some work here. And even though they don't have the same amount of kills as they did in the previous match, the placements do help quite a bit. So if Gun can secure those, it's going to be super, super big. And the rest of the teams still have a chance. 8 teams remaining as Fantasy gets taken out, as you can see in the kill feed there. So slowly, those numbers are dwindling a bit by bit. Rusty going to get sniped straight down there. It's Nerf continuing to keep a watchful eye on that tunnel entrance. Aphelion Apex in a very difficult situation. Sunny coming in, putting the hits in towards Mercury. He does go down. Pounds now looking through a red dot sight.
No, Bounds is seeing red. That is where he's at the current moment. You can just sense it, Patchy.
I can, yeah. Yeah. He's seeing red. He's like a bull. He's got his horns prepped. He's just ready for blood. He's going to take you down super quick. So we'll see if that rings true. For the time being, of course, we see that zone. It has closed up just a little bit for KT. Right up towards the top. Does need to rotate down. 6 right here towards the side. Also keeping a weather eye out on Vortex and the rest of the Zero Tolerance squad as they try and move across. It's a very, very small zone. Not lots of play area. Rusty going to go down as Nerf puts the shot in. Zero also hits the deck, as well as Cold as Mullen continues to put those shots across there for Ultra 6. 4KT need to move on in as well, but so do all of the other teams. It's going to be an absolute slaughter right now. Salvation going to get naded out of existence. Vortex hits the deck as well as Nahal's. BBC not having a good time to try and survive. 17's now remaining. And of course, we are still seeing those numbers dropping one by one as the fights continue. Mullins puts the hits in towards 4KT at BBC, still not able to get themselves out of trouble. Gun maintaining the situation down here towards the south, but under quite a considerable amount of fire. Has to just play this one correctly. The smoke's getting popped, the nades are getting thrown. Hunter goes down as well as Palms gets in, does get traded immediately, though Sleepy coming through very, very quickly. Gun trying to find their footing here as they are challenged by a lot of these teams. The crossfire absolutely insane on the side of this hill as the, well, there's very little cover. This wizard tower very much under congestion here as BBC, you can see Law trying to crawl on up. Nerf under a little bit of pressure here as that nade, it just flies on through. The rest of Gun definitely in a bit of a spot here because they are fighting a lot of teams up ahead of them with Law on the back. They might just get a third party here. So much damage done. Sunny comes through, lots of hits in, and they're just absolute chaos in the ranks, and Gun gets taken straight out. Not going to find the placements that they were looking for. And now with 10 players alive, there's only 5 teams left to fight for this chicken.
Yeah, Sunny turning Gun there, Sunny side up. What a play, what a performance. Beautiful handling, a 1v3 situation. Just turning absolutely golden in favor of the players there, as we can see. But now we look to see what the rest of this match will have in store. It is going to be quite the bit of a fight. We know the Euphoric gods are sitting on a solo player. As we hop on over towards Influence Rage, you can see 9 kills already on the board. 4KT just up ahead. Still looking to squeeze on in. Position of Ultra 6 down below. It's going to be so tough. And this is now almost turned into a third-party mountain. So many exposed positions these teams find themselves in, but of course our final 5 teams gonna be fighting it out rather down to the bone. Inference Rage sitting on 3 players. No, down goes 2 of them. Pronto. Now the last remaining hopeful for the side of 4KT. Beautiful sprays finding its way on in those third parties. Just coming through. Pronto looking to hold on. Puts the knock straight up in towards Hainsley. But will it be enough for Pronto to be able to close it out? Does Influence Rage contest them for that position? Influence have a position within zone. 4KT still looking to secure that position. Ultra 6 now holding down on that lower ground, but Sunny comes in with yet another spray over on towards Sleepy. Oh man, Sunny is just on fire. Aimer now potentially about to get thirsted. That is, of course, if Mullins succeeds in his efforts. Sudi for the side of Influence, looking to hold on for dear life. But I'm curious to see what Sunny is going to be doing. He's coming in from that southern edge. 3 teams remain as Ultra 6 put an end to a few of the 4KT players, but also ultimately meeting their very own end. It is now a 1v1v1 showdown for the winner chicken dinner. Will it be Influence Rage? Will it be 4KT? Or will it be the Euphoric Gods? 4KT already sitting on 10 kills. The Euphoric Gods sitting on 11 kills. And then, of course, we've got Influence Rage sitting quite comfortable there on 9. So it's 9, 10, and 11. Some really impressive kill counts coming in once again. But this is the final showdown, the final rumble, the final dance to secure that winner chicken dinner. Up comes Pronto, looking to move in, but not too much, not too hasty in the approach. But it is going to be a pretty tough snake down to close this one out.
It is, and it's the triangle of doom, DK, once again rearing its face here for our final showdown. Sunny taking a little bit of fire with Silly, just trying to spot him out, trying to make that hit. One of these players, one of these teams is going to take the chicken, but who's it going to be? That blue zone creeping up behind Sunny, but not touching him just yet. He's feeling the pressure, but all of these players know that they have to play the waiting game. They have to play patiently. As soon as they find that opening, they have to take it. But of course, the time slowly starts to run out as that zone closes in bit by bit, pushing them forward, pushing them closer. Somebody has to slip up. Somebody has to make the mistake. Somebody has to capitalize. The question is, who is it going to be right now? Silly in a pretty decent position here behind this vehicle. A little bit of cover provided beyond that tree. But of course, with the zone just up ahead, has to be very careful. 10 seconds left before that zone pushes through. So they do have to make something happen, dropping all that unnecessary weight, giving themselves the best shot possible for what could be the final play here, what is indeed going to be the final play as that blue zone is starting to close on up and the teams are just crawling it in. The snake game slowly but surely creeping up. Once again, the smokes have been popped for Sunny and Sully, but for Pronto, he's just happy to crawl through, crawl closer and closer to destiny. Is it going to be the W? Is it going to be that chicken, or is it going to be the lobby? Of course, all of these players have at least secured a top 3 finish, so they are going to be getting some good points out of this engagement. But the question is, who is going to find the win? Nobody is willing to risk it for the biscuit. Come on, guys, let's get the fight. Let's make this happen. No longer will I wait. I want to see action.
Oh, come on. It is about to be that final showdown. Pronto getting so close to Sully. Sully can almost taste it. He's got that high ground position, which will make the aiming just that extra little bit easier. But of course, 4KT Pronto gets up, puts an end to Sully. Here we go. Pronto now coming in with a quick rush. Sunny right up ahead, tries a bit of a scraping back and forth in between the trees, and down he goes. 4KT bring in the winner chicken dinner. An absolutely insane finish. 12 kills going to the side of 4KT. We have the team, of course, from the Euphoric Gods finishing up in second position with 11 kills. And Influence Rage finishing in third place, coming in with a very, very decent 9-kill finish. So some really impressive counts. The minimum points being awarded here, of course, being 19 points to the side there of Influence.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, look at those numbers. Not only are 4KT taking that chicken and the 10 kills, I mean, we're looking at Euphoric Gods coming up there second place with a ton of kills to the name as well. Influence Rage also picking up some serious kill numbers to their name. So, I mean, this is just absolutely nuts. We have seen the players come full circle. We have seen them perform, and we have seen them just drop absolute bombs here. What a way to finish off day number 1 of the finals.
That was just an amazing ending today, one of the finals. I have to give Pronto some heavy commendations for that final play. When I read it, I felt like, oh, the two other guys had put smoke, so you knew exactly where they were. But Pronto, by snaking it, not popping the smoke, kept the other two players guessing, which gave him the opportunity to literally stand up and take out both players. That was amazing clutch gameplay from Pronto to give 4KT the winner chicken dinner. DK, who do you think is going to be our MVP for the final match?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Pronto. Pronto really held his own exceptionally well in that. But I mean, I also think it could be Sunny. You know, Sunny did do quite a bit of work in that last match. Yes, things didn't work out exactly according to plan in that final showdown, but hey, second place is still better than being the first team sent off. So an absolutely fantastic showing, some really strong kill counts coming in there. And that, of course, being the first winner chicken dinner for the side of Slime 4KT. So really well-deserved efforts.
Yeah, and that shows a certain level of consistency for them. As we take a look, and you did call it, we're not surprised. It is Sunny, MVP from the Euphoric Gods, with 8 kills, 1,213 damage, survival time of 27 minutes and 18 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our MVP. Now let's take a quick look at the standings for game 4. Patchy, do you want to talk us through this one?
Yeah, let's run it through. 4KT coming up in number 1 with that chicken dinner plus 12 kills with a total of 27 points. Euphoric Gods taking up second place with 12 placement points, 11 kills, and 23 total points. Influence Rage taking up position number 3 with 19 total points. Then, of course, moving down the list, it's Ultra 6 in 4th place with 14 points. Gamers Unite Nations in 5 with 9 points. BBC in 6 with 7 points, as well as Aphelion Apex with 7 points in 7th position. We've got Lag Esports in 8 with 3 points to round out page number 1 of the final game here for the final, the final game here of match, or day number 1, should I say. Sincerity Esports in position number 9 with 3 points. Pain Africa, G3 Temper, and Zero Tolerance Skills with 2 points each in 10, 11, and 12. We've got the Young Thundercats in 13 with 1, as well as Undisputed A with 1 point, and NFxUNIQUE with 1 point in 14 and 15, respectively, with Immortalz to round it out in 16 with 0 points there. So, yeah, as I mentioned, just absolutely nuts performance here coming out of a lot of teams. Huge props to Gun as well for just dropping some serious bombs there in that game just before this one. And of course, your kill lead is keeping you updated on who is dropping the mad numbers. It is still Gun with 2 players sporting on the top in positions number 1 and 2. It's Plaza with 14 kills, 23 minutes and 20 seconds average survival, and 1,821 damage being done in total there. Pounds coming in number 2 with 14 kills, 23 minutes 9 seconds average survival time with 2,244 damage done. Absolutely nuts. In number 3, we've got Sunny repping Euphoric Gods there with 11 kills, 15 minutes and 28 seconds average survival time with 1,875 damage. And then, of course, repping 4KT, who managed to pick up that chicken dinner in this final game here and giving us a good show that we have been waiting for from the likes of 4KT. It's Slime, 4KT sporting Aimer, with 9 kills, 23 minutes and 17 seconds average survival time, and 1,957 points of damage done. So yeah, these teams just really absolutely doing it. And here is that updated leaderboard that we are looking for to round off day number 1. It is Slime 4KT with 69 points in position number 1, followed very closely right on the heels with 69 points. It's Gamers Unite Nations as well. So some huge numbers already coming through in the finals here. Undisputed AE in position number 3 with 56 points. It's Influence Rage Africa in position number 4 with 49. Zero Tolerance Skills in number 5 with 46. Euphoric Gods in 6th place with 33 points. NFxUNIQUE in 7th place with 28, as well as G3 Temper with 27 in position number 8. And of course, moving on into the next page of your leaderboard here for the finals, it's position number 9 held by Ultra 6 with 22 points, followed closely by Sincerity with 21 points in 10th position. Got Aphelion Apex in 11 with 17 points, and Pain Africa in 12 with 12 Lag Esports also 12 points in 13th position. BBC taking up 14 with 8, and Young Thundercats in 15 with 7. Immortalz running it out with 0 in position number 16. So all in all, quite a boom to start off day number 1 of what is proving to be already a very interesting finals.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. DK, talk us through what your views on what the overall standings are looking at right now after day one.
Well, as we saw, Slime4KT and Gun bringing out some absolutely insane plays with regards to kills. So Gun leading the pack on 37 kills, followed closely by Slime4KT coming in on those 33 points. But as we looked onto that second page, we did see the players from Sincerity as well as Aphelion Apex both sitting on 17 and 13 kills. Now, on that first page, we have teams positioned in with the exact same amount of kills, but stronger placement points. So if they come back in tomorrow's game or the final day and focus a little bit more on not only bringing in the kills as they've did in today's games, but also bringing in those placement points, getting a little bit more consistent with making it into those later phases, we could definitely see quite a bit of a change up coming into that first page of our top 8 teams. And I got to tell you, it's going to be quite an exciting day because, I mean, just looking at the stats, Sincerity, they've had a really good consistency with their placement points and what they've been able to do. Same for Aphelion Apex. I mean, yes, it's not the best points, but if they continue with what they were doing with regards to kills and now start adding on those placement points, we could definitely see them moving into that first page.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the first page. As a matter of fact, it is all about the top 4, but also we'll be expanding on how the points and prize distribution happens in the Umzansi Esports League. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say big thank you to DK and Patchy for doing an amazing job on today's broadcast. This is day 1 of the finals, day 27 of all our broadcasts. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow with more action from the Umzansi Esports League Season 3.